Hello, welcome to Murder Club. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. I mean, Spooky Tuesday, excuse me. We're not here to murder anyone. Hello, everyone. How are you? Culinary Disaster, great to see you. Eden Waith says, don't do a murder. We're not going to murder anyone. Absolutely not. That's not what we do here. We're here to uncover the murderers and arrest them. My number one goal for today is to arrest someone. I will do it. I promise. Also, we're gonna make it a moment when I arrest someone. They're taking away moments, so I need to finally remember to do one before they go away. 67 says, a bold boast from someone who signed up for Murder Club for the 12 murders for 1 cent deal, but hasn't fulfilled the subscription commitment yet. A fair criticism. I will do my best. Jibber Jabberwocky says, I was watching Mostly Walking, which I'm not familiar with, last night on Day 9's channel. They were playing Colossal Cave 3D. Not only was Ken and Roberta Williams in chat, but the Mostly Walking gang were playing some newer version of the game. Graphics were greatly improved. Yeah, I signed up for their newsletter a while back, and they've really been persistent on like continually making improvements to the game. Sometimes just gameplay tweaks, sometimes like adding new content. Like they added like a little TV where you can watch a kind of history of Colossal Cave a while back. And recently I saw a mention of like a big graphical update or something like that, but I haven't had a chance to really look into it too much. Vervain, hello. Murder Club, let's go. Unsecret Crush, thank you very much for 21 months of subscriptions. Hard to believe. Murder Club card. Your 10th murder is free. Wonderful. Let's see. We've just had one so far, right? So we got a ways to go until we get a free murder, but that's okay. We'll get there. Hinton says, let's murder some clubs. Is that what we're doing? Good to see you regardless. Eden Waith says, murder is still bad and greatly frowned upon. I suppose you're right. Postfix, good to see you. Hinton would like a murder tuna melt. That sounds delicious. Eden Waith always went for the cold cut trio. Cheapest sandwich, around $1.69. Nice. But when I got the free sandwich, that's when I would go for something a little pricier. That's very smart. Hey, when you don't have a lot of money as a kid. Yeah, good thinking. Silver, good to see you. I hope I'm not missing anyone here. I'm trying to catch up quickly. Hinton says, last time I ate Subway, I got sauce all over my shirt and I had to go to class with my big jacket zipped up and couldn't take it off as I'd taken my shirt off. Okay. Always forget moments are a thing. Yeah, same. They're a little weird. They're pretty weird. Like, you press a button and it makes a special type of clip and then everyone gets a little badge if they click the claim button fast enough. I don't know. It was a good idea worth trying, I guess. But I'm not surprised they've decided to do away with it. It feels a little odd. Ribbons of Distinction. Hello. Ribbons says, hey, I always wanted to play this. You do good work. Thank you. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun playing this, and it's been nice to be able to share it with folks. So I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Unsecret Crush says, several of my friends would get the veggie sub at Subway for lunch in high school. I think it was the cheapest of ours and mostly toppings. Subway and Little Caesars were the closest restaurants to my high school. If I ran over, I could get one of those for lunch. Nice. There were a lot of people that went off school grounds to get lunch, but I don't think I ever did that much myself. Unless I was like cutting class. Let's just turn this into a Subway stream. All right, great. Forget Murder Club. It's Subway Club now. I used to eat at Subway a lot many years ago. And then I had a lot of stomach issues that eventually led me to discover that I was lactose intolerant. And I kind of associate Subway with that whole experience, even though I don't know for sure that it was really the problem. Like the sandwiches I ate didn't have a ton of lactose in them, but yeah, that's my Subway story. I don't eat there much anymore. I did have a sandwich there sometime in the past year, and it didn't seem to bother me. So, Murder Club. Last week we finally met the doctor, who is like the only doctor in town, probably. Also the coroner, that did the autopsy on the body, and also his nurse. His nurse is a daughter of a friend who died, and he took her in, but didn't formally adopt her, I guess. I don't know if... This seems a little weird to me, but I don't know if we're meant to find it weird, I guess. So she lives with him and works with him. And most notably, her name is Susie McNally. So that gives us another person with the initials SM. Also last week, we got some more search warrants. I think we've learned at this point that search warrants are pretty easy to get, and that we maybe just need something just that seems a little odd about a particular person or place in order to get one of those. Like I kept trying it, just kind of taking my best guess at places we might be able to search, and we kept getting them. So I kind of think we want to continue doing that at least a little bit more. I believe the most recent thing we found was a letter in Fred's room, which, let's see, that would have been in Fred, last names. Every week I gotta remember how the last name. Fred Robbins, yes. Fred Robbins is the brother of, who's the guy that got murdered? It's something Robbins. His dad is Edward. Bill? That sounds right. Thank you. Yeah, so Bill is the guy that got murdered. His body was found outside Arlington College, though he was not murdered there. And his brother Fred had a letter in his room that was addressed to SM. The other time the initials SM have come up, we found some earrings in Bill and his wife's bedroom. I kind of think they were under the bed or something, and those had the initials SM engraved on them. Wonder whose leggies these are. That's a good question. Very good question. And the most notable thing about this letter, seemingly from Fred to SM, was the phrase, "I would kill for you." Interestingly, finding this letter was not enough evidence to get an arrest warrant for Fred, which I was a little bit surprised by. I don't know what to make of that. Is it that it's not necessarily a given that he actually wrote this? It could be planted evidence, certainly. We kind of don't have any way to investigate that. We can't, get a handwriting sample and compare it or anything. We can't even... Well, we were able to talk to him about it, but I don't think very much. It's a possibility that he didn't mean, I would literally kill for you, but, it's a pretty straightforward statement, I feel like. And it doesn't come off great, especially given the circumstances. Deavor, hello. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Did I miss any shout-outs? I think we got everybody. Any more Subway chat to get in before we get into the game here? I think I'm going to skip an overall summary of the story today, but if anyone would like a refresher on that, feel free to just say so, and I'll be happy to sum it all up. I'm mostly going to skip it because I feel like we'll end up covering a lot of stuff as I get going and start going through the game. So it doesn't seem worth doing it immediately up front. Silver says, Kia is literally having me order Subway right now without hearing the Subway chat. So there's that. Fantastic. Everything's coming together. Hopefully she's not also requesting you murder anyone. Davor says, need to investigate more, like with a warrant? Yes. Subway is in the air, indeed. Okay. I love this little intro song, and it's such a shame that this is the only music we get in the whole game. Maybe there'll be some more eventually, but it doesn't really seem that way. Silver says, usually those are directives, not requests, but no. Okay, good. So we got to load our game here. We are on file 12. Oops, we got to say yes first. Hey, Harold, do you intend to spend the rest of your life working on this case? Hurry up, will ya? We're busy here. We got a lot of things to do, in case you haven't noticed. I did not notice that. Thank you for pointing it out. So let's real quick hop over to the crime lab and check our reports for the evidence we've gathered so far. Also, I'm going to just give everyone a reminder of the content warnings here. There is an unsolved rape case that features prominently in the game. So just to give you a heads up on that. Okay, so we have our earrings. They're made of silver and look expensive. The initials SM are written on them. There are no bloodstains or fingerprints. And again, those were found in Bill and... I know it starts with a J. Five letters. Janet. Bill and Janet's bedroom. Wig? Oh, right, the wig. This is a blonde, long-haired wig. There's nothing special about it. No blood, no prints. We actually found that in a bag in the doctor's clinic, which is interesting.
Hello.
Hello, M. Zizzy. Good to see you. We haven't really gotten anywhere with the wig situation thus far. We were able to ask a couple of people about it, but didn't really get anywhere. Blug wig? I don't understand the statement. If the earrings are made of sapphires and perhaps even diamonds, they might have come from the land of Kolima, perhaps. Stream 4 of this game, and I'm finally starting to get a handle on some of the character names and relationships. Well, I'm glad one of us is. I kind of forget them every week. I didn't hear the eep. Did the eep not work? Oh, it's wild eep. There we go. So yeah, this wig is notable because Bill was seen frequently with a woman with long blonde hair. And Susie McNally has short blonde hair. And the initials SM. Like, I don't know. I don't really know how to piece this all together yet, but something, surely it's going to be relevant at some point. Letter. It's a letter addressed to SM, my love. It starts off, what do you see in a man like him? And goes on to say, I'm the only one who really loves you, and I would kill for you. The letter was written by Fred Robbins. It's interesting, like, they state that matter-of-factly. Like, they're not saying it's signed Fred Robbins. They're saying it is written by him. So I feel like we're maybe not meant to doubt the authenticity of that, which especially confuses me why we can't get an arrest warrant yet. Knife. It's a butcher knife with a narrow blade. It's about the same size as the murder weapon. We found traces of type AB blood. And again, type AB blood is the blood type of Bill Robbins, the murder victim. So there's a pretty good chance that is in fact the murder weapon, although certainly not definitive. We also have a scalpel. It's possible that this scalpel was used in the murder of Bill Robbins. We could detect no fingerprints or bloodstains on the scalpel. Um, this statement is confusing to me because, like, the knife we're told is like the size and shape of the murder weapon, and then here we have a very differently sized and shaped object that we're being told could also have been the murder weapon. So I don't fully understand that, but maybe it's being suggested that, like, the scalpel was used to kind of fake a knife wound. That's the best I can make of this. Um, the CSI team did it. Yeah, yeah. The doctor also made a comment about the knife wound being shallow. Like, suggested, oh, it must have been a woman because it's very shallow. Um, so yeah, I don't know quite what to make of all that. We also have this list of members. Let's see, that was found in. I wrote down where we found all the evidence, but my notes are kind of split up. Oh no, did I not actually write that one down? I want to say we found it at Thorpe's house. I know we got a warrant for his house. Scalpel doctor's house, wig at the clinic. Knife. Yeah, I must not have written that one down. I'm pretty sure we found that at Thorpe's house. If anyone remembers whether that is or is not correct, please let me know. List of members. Thorpe's house? Question mark. Must have been you, Doc, since you're so shallow. Hinton says, if someone stabbed me too shallow, I would be like, dang. Yeah, same. Okay, was that it? Yeah. I didn't read this one. This is a membership roster for the Red Tie Club. There are only 4 names listed. Russell Thorpe, which I guess doesn't actually have an E on the end. My mistake. Edward Robbins, Stephen Beckert, who is the doctor. Edward Robbins being the father of the murder victim. Russell Thorpe being a longtime friend of Edward Robbins. And Henry Klein, who we do not know anything about. At one point, we were told that Martha Carrington's first husband, first husband was part of the Red Tie Club. So we're just kind of guessing at this point that Henry Klein is her first husband, but we don't know for sure. So yeah, that's what we've got so far. Let's do a quick review of. We're just going to make a fake save so we can look at our progress here. So collecting evidence, that's basically seems to include anytime we get a search warrant and then search a place and then find some object. That counts towards collecting evidence. So we're at 37 points. And I think these are basically like percentages. Like, I'm pretty sure they all go up to 100. General investigation is at 92 points. That seems to include just like finding people and going through all the questions that you could possibly ask them. So we're doing great on that. I think we were only missing one person at this point. Perhaps Henry Klein? I don't really know. Interrogation, we're at 0. We need to arrest someone. I am going to arrest someone today. I'm determined. In order to arrest someone, we need an arrest warrant. This seems to be very hard to get. Again, we have a letter allegedly written by Fred Robbins that says, I would kill for you, along with other, I don't know about hard evidence, but at least bits of information that suggests, this might add up to something. But that doesn't seem to be enough to get an arrest warrant. He is currently like my best bet for getting an arrest warrant. I think at this point, Fred Robbins and Janet Robbins are the strongest suspects. But definitely, like, at the moment, I'm leaning a little more towards Fred Robbins. But I'm kind of inclined to assume the game is doing some things to intentionally throw us off, especially because we've had this bit about Doug Carrington, I believe, is a psychology student who wrote like a paper on how to commit the perfect crime, which I suspect is kind of being used as like a blueprint for how to get away with this crime. So I feel like there's probably some amount of like, intentional planting of evidence to kind of throw us off. Probably some, very careful covering up of actual evidence and stuff like that. Back to our progress chart, we have vital information, 52 points. That seems to be kind of an overall, like, anything that is part of another category that is like super important to the investigation gives us a point in that category. And then total investigation, I think, is just kind of a sum of everything else and kind of our overall completion of the game. And we always get a little tip from Judd. Where's the spirit and dedication you had when we used to work together? You can't quit now. I will not quit, Judd. I will arrest someone today. Doesn't ever identify who, quote, that man is, does it? Maybe that's why it's not enough evidence? Or who exactly SM is for that matter. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, no, it doesn't. But like, I don't know that to me, like, that isn't necessarily needed to like strongly suspect this guy. I mean, just given the timing of where we found this letter and everything, and the having the two different things with the initials SM, like we found the earrings with the initial SM in Bill and Janet's bedroom. We found this letter in Fred's bedroom. So like that to me makes it a very clear connection that the SM Fred is referring to is the same SM that Bill was having an affair with. Just trying to suss out why the game doesn't think it's enough for an arrest warrant. Yeah, like I feel like there must just be some like other crucial bit of evidence that we don't have yet, and the game is just it's just got a set list of things we need to have for the arrest warrant probably. So I'm sure there's just something we're missing that we need to dig up. So all that said, I think we need to get more search warrants. That seems like kind of the only thing we can do to proceed right now. We have been told, well, there's a couple things. We've uncovered some evidence, so it's possible we've missed, some dialogue options that have unlocked because of those. I want to say we were pretty thorough about that. So I don't think that's the case. Kylan Error, thank you so much for 6 whole months of subscription. I appreciate all your support very much. MCZ says, I'm so excited when I see people say suss out. Among Us ruined sus for us. Terrible. Thank you very much, Kel. And let me give you a shout out too. Hope your streams have been great. Secret Crush says it's because I'm old, probably. Okay. Okay. I'm curious if anything new ever appears in the library. Like that gave us some information at the beginning of the game, and it kind of feels like nothing new ever pops up in there. But let's go to the prosecutor and let's ask for a search warrant. And I'm going to just kind of think about what we have the most reason to expect a search warrant for. The Robbins Trading Company, like we were able to get a warrant for the Robbins home. So I feel like the business is a decent bet as well. Especially like we have... Oh, the Robbins parking lot is separate. Interesting. Another tricky thing here is I feel like some of these aren't really places we can get a search warrant for, just because... Sorry, I'm just trying to understand this ASCII art. It is incomprehensible in both OBS and on my iPad. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's an Among Us guy. Okay, I can kind of make it out in OBS. I don't think it's quite showing up intentionally. It's an Among Us, yes. So yeah, like only certain places have like a show warrant option, and I'm pretty sure like those are the only places we can get a search warrant for. So I don't really know what happens if we try to get a warrant for a place that doesn't have that option. Maybe let's just go ahead and find out. Like, I've been nervous the whole game about getting negative cop points. I don't want to be a bad cop. I don't know if that will affect us in any way. I don't think it does, but I continue to be nervous about it. But I honestly feel like we could just spam this whole list and it wouldn't negatively impact us in any way, other than it might make me feel like unsatisfied. Okay. Come on, Harold. You're jumping the gun. You don't have enough to justify a search. Davor says, actually, the singular is among us? How do you pronounce that? I've seen this word. Among us? Among us? That's not what I meant. We have the Lee Cosmetics Company is apparently in a bad financial situation, and it's been suggested that the owner might be doing some shady business deals in order to get the company back on track. I don't know that that's necessarily like... It seems pretty... Like, we've heard from enough people about this that it seems clear he's doing shady stuff, but illegal? Not necessarily. And I don't know that we really have anything to, like, tie any of that to the murder? I'm not going to read that, but it is very amusing. Thank you. Okay. A Hungry Fisherman. I skipped some. Home real estate. That's Joe Carrington's business. I don't think we have any reason to suspect him at this point. That's the stepfather of Janet Robbins. The Gaslight Movie Theater. Oh, that's owned by Russell Thorpe. I always want to say Robert. I don't know why. Russell Thorpe, who is definitely part of the Red Tie Club. I don't think we really have much to warrant getting a search warrant. The Hungry Fisherman is the restaurant where Bill was kind of last seen. He went there after work the day he was murdered, though there was a 2-hour time gap between the two. He left the Hungry Fisherman at, I want to say, 11:30. And then the time of murder was probably around 1 o'clock. So there's another time gap after he left the Hungry Fisherman. On his way out, he got into an argument with Brian Ayler, a writer who seems like a terrible person. Shoot. He might be a good bet. I don't think we've gotten a warrant for his house. He's the guy that's like, I didn't steal my car. Let's try that one. Good. I understand. I'm going to give you a search warrant, but you had better not make me sorry. You hear me, Harold? I'll do my best. Okay. Back to the office. Investigate. What district is that in? Residential? Brian Ayler. Okay. You arrive at Brian Ayler's apartment. It's an attractive neighborhood. Who are you? What do you want? Asks the shifty-eyed man who answers the door. Let's say hello. Hey, I told you everything I know. But you didn't show me everything. You flash your search warrant and begin to look around. Search for clues. You notice that the television set and the VCR are brand new. Isn't this guy supposed to be a starving writer, you ask yourself? Interesting. Actually, I was deciding whether to put this in my notebook or on the character sheets, but we'll put it in the notebook. Brian's TV and VCR are brand new. What is that, Davor? Oh, it's a little Amogus. Still don't know how to pronounce that. What is that character actually, though? I assume we can't take these things. Yeah, you don't find anything relevant. What else do we have? Ooh, just one other room. Study. On the desk is a typewriter and a pile of paper. It looks like the first draft of a novel. You search the bookshelf. Among the books piled up at random, you notice a bank book. Intriguing. Can we take it? Take the bank book. You take the bank book with you. I was almost going to mention a thing earlier, and then I don't think I got around to it. But we've been told in the manual that we might want to go back to places we have already searched, and we might find new things. Based on the way the game works, I assume that's like, we search a place, and then we unlock some new conversation, and then eventually we maybe learn some new information that would help us find something new. But so far, I feel like we haven't really gotten anything that makes sense for that. I did try a little bit of researching areas at one point last week, I think, but we didn't come up with anything. All right. So those are the only two rooms we have here. Let's get out of here and get this bank book analyzed. Office Crime Lab. Present bank book. This is a Liberty Bank bank book in the name of a Mr. Brian Ayler. The account was practically empty until Mr. Ayler deposited a huge chunk of money this month. Interesting. Brian's bank book found in his study. Okay. So he recently got a lot of money, and this explains how he was able to get a brand new TV and VCR. What are some possibilities for how he could have gotten a lot of money? Like, maybe someone paid him to do a murder. I feel like we don't really have anything to back that up at this point, but it certainly seems like a possibility worth considering. I honestly can't really think of much else. I feel like we haven't come across much else that would kind of pair up with this to turn it into anything. But we should be able to get some new dialogue out of this at least. I think it's worth going back to the bank, We should also go back and ask Brian about it. Let's start with talking to Brian. Ask for information. Bank book. Everybody has a bank book. Why shouldn't I have one too? Are you implying that there's something wrong with it? Where'd you get all that money? Let's ask him his alibi again. I'm telling you the truth. I was a bit drunk, so I went to bed immediately. I don't know anything about Bill Robbins' murder. Let's find his sheet real quick. There he is. Yeah, this is the guy with the I didn't steal my car t-shirt. So his alibi is that he went to the Hungry Fisherman for a few drinks, then straight home. And he was, quote, a bit drunk, so he went to bed immediately. He was seen arguing with Bill outside the Hungry Fisherman. He has not told us anything about that, which I find a little suspicious. Like, you know, we're asking him what he was up to the night of the murder, and he doesn't even mention that he, you know, had a conversation. Like, he was the last person seen with the guy. It's weird that we can't like be more direct in asking about that, but I assume if we could get an arrest warrant, then we could do that. Yeah, I don't think, like, this guy is very suspicious. He seems like a kind of sketchy guy. No one likes him. But we're definitely not at, like, you know, get an arrest warrant level with this guy at this point. Let's ask him about his car again. I didn't steal my car. Come on. Like, the way he responds to that is suspicious, but, you know, it's not like we don't have anything to suggest that the car he currently has is a match for the car that was stolen that we learned about at the beginning of the game. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we should try asking him about again. Who is the bank manager? That might be worth going over again. Every stream, this guy has said something suspicious. Yeah, for sure. Psychology teacher. William Neighbor? Yeah, okay. He's the president of the bank. So let's ask him. Oh. William Neighbor is not in this list. Okay, never mind. I'm pretty sure we went around and asked everyone about Susie. Yeah. Okay. He's either blatantly obvious or too much of a red herring. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't suspect him of the murder. Honestly, like, there's a bunch of people I feel like might have been somehow involved, like helping cover up or something. Resting surplus, can't type help. Are you okay, Dave? Or what were you trying to type? I'm confused. Okay, let's go to the bank. Look around. You look around, but see nothing out of the ordinary. One day soon? Further confusion. There's several people inside the bank. I understand, Mr. Hale. The president's office is right this way. The bank president appears annoyed by your sudden visit. So this is a good example. Like, this is a private area of a business. So maybe we could get a search warrant for this place, but there's no option to show a warrant, which makes me think we wouldn't be able to. Like for other like residences, there's always been a show warrant option, even if we don't have a warrant yet. Do you have something to discuss with me? I would like to ask you about this. Oh, I knew it. It's not there. What's your alibi? I wasn't here the day it happened. I was in New York on business. I mean, it kind of makes sense that we wouldn't be able to ask him about a client of his. But I was hoping. Let's ask him about Brian Ayler. That's something we can definitely do. The name's not familiar, but I don't know the name of all of our customers. Okay. I'm trying to think of what's our strongest guess for. Let's assume that one of the other people we can talk to, including the one guy we haven't met yet, gave Brian this large sum of money he has. What is the best guess as to who that was? Let's just kind of go through our list of guys and think about this. We have Kevin Latner, the psychology teacher. We really don't have any reason to suspect him of anything. Susie McNally. I guess like anyone that, seems suspicious in, might have like done the murder or been involved in the murder could potentially be someone that, would have paid someone else to do something to help them out in some way. Susie isn't super suspicious at this point, but the whole wig thing, like, I feel like Susie has to be the SM that is referenced in both the earring engravings and the letter that Fred wrote. And the wig being at the clinic makes me think that she wore that wig. I don't know why. Was she just trying to disguise who she was? Was she trying to make it look like she was someone else? Was she just trying to confuse us, the gamer? I do not know. But yeah, as far as like giving someone a large sum of money to like help them out in some way, I feel like that doesn't add up. Molly Mandel, she seems like not at all suspicious. She's the girl that works at the movie theater. Peter Ledoux, again, not at all suspicious. He's just the security guard that found the body. And there's nothing suspicious about him. Father Jacoby, I find him a little suspicious, but not a lot. I think the most suspect thing he's done is like someone saw Russell Thorpe at the church, I think. Like sometime before the murder. I can't remember the exact details of that, but it was like within the week of the murder or something like that. And when we ask Father Jacoby about Thorpe, he just says, "Oh, I've met him." So like nothing like, "Oh yeah, I, saw him a few days before the murder." So it kind of seems like he's maybe hiding a little bit there. But again, I don't suspect him a ton. This is the one guy we have not found yet. William Neighbor is the bank president we're currently talking to. Again, he's not a very suspicious guy. There's almost nothing suspicious about him. Oh, right. When we ask him about the Red Tie Club, he says, "I don't know, but I don't know what that but is." Sorry. But again, like it seems like he's maybe hiding some information he has, not necessarily about himself, is my impression of that. Edward Robbins, father of the murder victim. He's a rich guy, so certainly he could pay someone off with a bunch of money. But I think there's been some comments like he didn't seem to care that much about his son. Not exactly shedding any tears or anything. He is a known member of the Red Tie Club. Again, if anyone doesn't remember or missed it, the Red Tie Club is a club that was around 20 years ago. It was, as far as we know, just a group of 4 people that would wear red ties and meet and talk about like murder mystery novels. Shoot. There was also a death that happened 20 years ago that I suspect is somehow connected to that just because of the timing. Like I feel like, this death, possibly murder happened, and, that led to the Red Tie Club disbanding, I guess. But that's very much just a hunch at this point. But again, Edward Robbins was involved in that club. Oh, I just remembered. We've gotten mentions from various people about various other people, meeting or having a conversation. And I'm pretty sure that someone mentioned Brian Ayler either meeting with or at least calling someone. So we should keep an eye out for that. Oops. Let me check the notes I have here. Brian. Oh, Brian said he was going to write a book about Molly. Let's see. Okay, so that's it so far. As we go through these, I'll keep an eye out for other bits. Maybe I'll just do this right now, because this seems like the best bet. Saw Brian in front of the restaurant. Oh, that's the restaurant owner, Ken. So, we already knew that. Left around midnight. Okay. So, I mean, that was a meeting with Bill, so that doesn't really get us anywhere. Brian buying. Oh, right. That's interesting. Rod Lyric, the store owner, the one store in town, told us that Brian has been, quote, buying like there's no tomorrow. Didn't really say specifically what he's been buying, but that is another interesting piece of, Brian recently came into money and is happy to be spending it all over the place. What other dirt do we got on Brian? Sarah said Brian is always putting on an act, gets uptight when upstaged. Picked a fight with Bill, lives uptown. Again, that's not really much to go on. Why was he fighting with Bill, though? Man, I hope there's something in here that... gives us a lead. Huh. Stephen Becker said, what I wrote down about Brian was just something strange. What? I don't understand this note. But we might want to go back and talk to the doctor about Brian again. Just to review exactly what he said. Autocorrect tried to change tuna into guns. That's a very interesting choice, autocorrect. Bulk packs of tuna, maybe, or guns. Maybe both. Xenolon, hello. I feel like I need a mid-'80s TV show style, previously on Murder Club voiceover recap. Okay. I'll do my best. Let me finish going through these notes, and I'll try to give you a little bit of a recap. Last time on Murder Club. Brian. Shelley said Brian had a bad rep with the AWS, which is Amateur Writing Society, involved in shady deals in New York. It might be we're talking to Shelley again about Brian. See if that gets us anywhere new. Okay. And that's all we got. So I didn't find what I was hoping to see, which is just like someone he might have talked to. We're trying to figure out who he might have done a deal with. Okay. Last time on Murder Club. I'm going to try to sum up the whole story, and I won't do the whole thing in a voice. It's hard enough for me to remember it all. But basically, we're investigating the murder of Bill Robbins. He is a businessman. We're in Liberty City. Bill was found outside Arlington College in a car. We unfortunately don't know what kind of car he was found in, which is kind of important to know because there was a white Ford stolen recently before the murder, but it's not clear how that is connected to the whole murder situation at this point. Bill was not murdered at the college, as far as we can tell. So the timeline of the night of the murder, Bill left his office at 8 p.m. He arrived at the Hungry Fisherman at 10 p.m. That's a local restaurant he frequented. He was frequently seen there talking to Sarah Shields, the piano player, which he again did the night of the murder. He is also frequently seen there with a woman with long blonde hair. He left the Hungry Fisherman at... let me double check. I want to say 10:30. I think that's right. Oh, 11:30. Good thing I checked. Out in the parking lot, he ran into Brian Ayler, a writer, and they had some sort of argument. And around 1 a.m., the murder most likely took place. Around 2 a.m. is when the body was found outside Arlington College. Let's see. Another notable thing about the body being outside the college, there was a car seen speeding away that was possibly blue, but not definitively blue. The security guard that found the body, I believe, was the one that said that it probably took multiple people to move Bill's body into the place it was found, just because of Bill's size. He's a pretty tall guy, like I want to say 6'2", yeah, and 173 pounds. So that's kind of the whole night of the murder situation. And then as far as like what we've uncovered so far, I talked about the Red Tie Club. We don't really know how that's connected. If you did miss that, let me know and I can sum it up again. But it seems like there's enough about it that it's got to be relevant in some way. Our two strongest suspects, my two strongest suspects are Janet, Bill's wife. Someone, I'm blanking on who, talked to her the night of the murder before the body was found and before the murder happened. And Janet was like sobbing and saying it's going to be okay, something to that effect. So she was clearly upset. We know from many people that Bill was having probably multiple affairs. In particular, we found a set of earrings in his bedroom with the initials SM on them. We also know that he had a hotel reservation the night of the murder that he, of course, never checked in for. So, presumably he was going there with some woman. Janet, I'm trying to think of other evidence that, Sarah Shields said that Janet is, quote, capable of anything. It doesn't really mean that much offhand. It's just, kind of stood out as an interesting statement to make. So, like, my theory with Janet being the murderer is that she found out about one or more of Bill's affairs. Another important thing to mention is that I strongly suspect Bill is the one that assaulted Sarah Shields. They seem to be friends. They at least talk to each other a lot and seem to be friendly with each other. But notably, Sarah did not see her attacker. So if it was him, she would never have known that. The main reason I suspect him of the assault is he told, I believe it was Michael Carson, I think that's the right last name, that he knew who the person that assaulted Sarah was, and just kind of acted really strange about it, but, obviously wouldn't say who it was. Michael kind of like didn't take it seriously, that Bill was saying these things. So yeah, like, maybe Janet found out about that. And, might have just, murdered him out of, anger. Another important thing is that we found a possible murder weapon that is the right size and shape and has the same blood type on it in Bill and Janet's home, in the kitchen. So, not a lot of like super strong definitive evidence, but definitely a lot of pieces that could fit together. Our other possible suspect is Fred Robbins, who is Bill's brother. We found a letter last week that he had written that was addressed to an SM, and said something along the lines of like, I forget the exact wording, but it made it clear that SM was involved in someone else, but Fred's like, he's not the right guy for you. I am. And he also said, quote, I would kill for you. So, pretty decent reason to suspect him, because we know that Bill was involved with an SM. So it seems believable that Fred might have been willing to kill his own brother. But we tried to get an arrest warrant for him, and we did not have enough evidence. So we're clearly missing something there, I think. Gosh, I'm trying to think of other important things to sum up. There's been so much stuff that we've gathered, and at this point, it's hard to tell how much of it is relevant and how it all fits together. But hopefully that gives you a decent summary. But is that, like communism, a red herring? I missed which thing you're referring to. Okay. Back to Murder Club. What were we doing? We were trying to make sense of how Brian came into a large sum of money. There were a couple people we wanted to go talk to. Shelley Shelley seemed to know a bit about Brian, so I think she's worth talking to again. Now that we kind of have some dirt on Brian. And then who was the other person? Oh, the doctor. Because I had a very confusing note. Something strange. I don't even know what that means. Let's start with him. Residential? There's clinic. Okay. Oh, just a joke about the Clue movie. Okay. Ask about others. Brian Ayler. You know, I examined him once a few years ago. I remember that I thought there was something strange about him, although I couldn't put my finger on it. Okay. So I'm going to amend this to something strange about him. That is slightly more clear. It's still extremely vague, but something strange about him. Perhaps seemed a little murdery, maybe? I don't know. All right, let's go talk to... Actually, let's go back. Just since we're here. Yeah. It's worth, anytime we talk to someone, asking them, seeing if we can ask them about the bank book. I kind of don't expect to see that option pop up anywhere else, but it could. Let's ask Lyric about Brian again also, since Brian's been buying a lot of stuff here. That's the struggling writer who lives in an apartment building down the street. He's always boasting about this and that, but never seems to be doing anything. I guess things are looking up for him, though. He's been buying like there's no tomorrow. So that's that same bit we had previously. I was very surprised to discover they were actually a bear. That's the kind of shock you only expect in soap operas. I assume this is another Clue reference. I have seen Clue, but not in a very long time. And I feel like generally, like, movie and TV stuff just kind of leaves my mind as soon as I'm done watching it, almost. Like, it doesn't stick around for a long time unless it's something I've watched a bunch of times. Hooray, my hands are returned to me. Oh! Your cat was occupying you? Is that what happened? Glad to have you back, Deavor. Shoot, I can't remember your cat's name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Was it Ito? Oh, you had been wearing gloves. Okay. I see. Doing hair bleaching color. Ah, nice. Well, I hope that is going well. That's an Unsecret Crush channel reference? Oh. Okay. I guess I missed that. Unsecret Crush says, too bad we can't ask the doctor what the most murderous blood type is. Yes, we have been wanting to figure that out. But we don't know yet. I guess we're done here. Let's go talk to Shelley. Shelley is in her own home. The soap opera part plus bear should have been the giveaway. Yeah. Right. Okay, I get it now. I think that's just streamer brain. Like, I've got too many things going through my head right now. But I get it now. Thank you. Can't remember what she says about the wig. I don't wear a wig. We unfortunately can't ask very many people about the wig. We did our best to ask anyone we could, but didn't really get much out of that. So let's ask her about Brian. He has a bad reputation with the Amateur Writers Society. He's conceited, but it's not just that. Apparently he was involved in some shady deals in New York. Oh. New York, you say? William Neighbor was in New York on business the night of the murder. That's the main New York tie that comes to mind. I'm gonna go look through all our character sheets and see where everyone else was from. Oh, Shelley was also from upstate New York. So that explains why she's a bit more familiar with Brian. I can't think of any reason why the bank guy would be involved with Brian Ayler, though. Like I was just saying a minute ago, I don't suspect him of anything. There's not really anything suspicious about him. It's like the only New York tie aside from Shelley, as far as I can recall. Character sheets. Yes. Sleepy Mushroom. Hello. This is not a board game. However, the manual includes these character sheets. They start out blank, like this one here. So you just have these fields to fill out, like name, sex, age, marital status, place of birth, blood type, family, occupation, education, affiliations, hobbies, alibi, and additional notes. So since these are included in the manual, I took that as a pretty strong, clue that it's important to keep track of all this information. So I printed out copies of them so I could write in them. And it has definitely been a useful way to keep track of most of the information we've gathered during the game. So basically, any information I get from a particular person, I make a note of on their sheet here. And then I also have a notebook where I've been making note of things that don't really, they're not specific to a character. More general things we've uncovered, evidence we've found, and stuff like that. I picked the murderer class for the backstab dice. Nice. You're that bored with the strings at this point? Yeah, probably. It's definitely been occasionally a little tricky to remember how different things tie together, but I feel like the board would just add its own complications. It would be funny, though. Okay, so yeah, the New York tie, I don't know if that's anything. Let me find the bank guy's sheet again real quick. There's Brian Ayler. We'll keep that one handy. And bank guy. William Neighbor. Okay. So William Neighbor, born in Nevada. Wife and 3 kids, blood type O, president of Liberty Bank, certified accountant, part of the Bankers Association, likes to golf. His alibi is that he was in New York on business. He's the one that told us the Lee Cosmetics Company is in dire straits, and that Mr. Carson turned to questionable sources to turn that around. Oh, and right, the one kind of suspicious thing he said to us is when we asked him about the Red Tie Club, he says, "I don't know, but," and then just trails off. And there's no way to follow up on that. Yeah, it's certainly an unusual game. This is originally released in 1986 for PC 88, and we're playing the DOS North American release from 89. It was very popular in Japan, certainly somewhat less so in North America, but definitely a very influential game regardless. And you can definitely see pieces of this in a lot of modern, Phoenix Wright type of games. But it's a much drier approach. you have to do a lot of piecing things together entirely on your own. Like if you find some conflicting information, you very much have to figure that out on your own. You're not going to get like a cutscene. It just kind of will unlock some new dialogue that you have to discover on your own. And certainly if you are able to like reason through the contradiction, that should help you find the right question to ask again to get new information. But it's been a lot of fun, I think. Like it really, I don't know that I've ever played a game that felt so much like I'm really doing, the majority of the work to like piece this murder mystery together and understand what happened. There's just, there's so little hand holding along the way that it feels like a pretty significant challenge. And this also has been described by at least one person as one of the most difficult games ever made. And I can definitely see that. Okay. So we got nothing new from Shelley. Yeah, her alibi is a little suspicious. Initially, she told us that she was home all night, and now she's like, she's not, contradicting that, but she's sounding a little more like she's covering something up. I don't know. Nobody came here and I didn't go out. I feel pretty confident we're going to learn something that contradicts that at some point. Okay, I think we should... The best thing I can think of to do is to try to get some more search warrants. Prosecutor? Yeah, search warrant. So I was starting to go through the list in order until I realized Brian Ayler was a good bet. Hungry Fisherman, Liberty Bank. Should I try the bank at this point? Like, we have that New York connection, which is extremely tenuous. There's not really anything there at all. In terms of like the game, like I feel like it just having the same location come up a couple times is notable, but like in terms of like a real life connection, it's nothing. But again, it doesn't seem like we have to have all that much to get a search warrant. Let's try it. We're jumping the gun. Okay, I figured. Big Burger, not a lot going on there. Hotel Grand. Oh, right. There's a guy at the hotel, Glenn Axworthy, who is an interesting guy that we don't know a lot about. He's been staying at the hotel for a few weeks. His job is traveling. He seems to just travel a lot. He seems to maybe do gambling while he's traveling. He certainly does some amount of gambling, I believe. Ribbons of Distinction says, you know what game I really wanted to like? AI the Somnium Files. It was just too goofy. Interesting. Vervain says, same, I was disappointed. It seems like a lot of people enjoyed that, but I have not ever played it myself. Job traveling, the dream. Yeah, it does sound pretty good. But he's staying at the hotel. I don't think we have much to suspect him of at this point. Although, let's find his sheet and look it over. Can't remember his name. Oh, right, Glenn Axworthy. I literally just said that. Okay. He's 48. He's married, from Hawaii, born in Hawaii. Blood type AB, wife and 3 kids. His occupation is traveling wherever. He has no affiliations. His hobby is traveling. Oh, he did. Oh, yeah. He had a contradiction. So that might actually be enough to get a search warrant. He initially said that he was in his room the night of the murder, but someone else told us he was out past 10 a.m. I think it was the hotel manager. And then Glenn was like, oh, yeah, I just took a walk. Just a little 2 a.m. walk. No big deal. So let's try this. We're jumping the gun. Gosh darn it. Okay. Glenn also said, quote, I always make money when I go to the racetrack. When asked about the Red Tie Club, he said, quote, I haven't done anything, which is a weird thing to say when asked about a club from 20 years ago. When asked about the assault, he kind of stammers and says, I don't know. Uh, 67 says, I enjoyed them. So there were multiple Somnium Files games. Unseen Crush says, been curious about it, but could tell it has a slightly goofy anime vibe. Yeah, I feel like... yeah, I mean, probably whether or not you're able to enjoy it is just whether you are bothered by the goofiness of the vibe they're going for. I feel like I tend to not be too bothered by that, but if it's really overboard, maybe. Let's go talk to Glenn again. I don't think this is going to get us anything, but I want to just make sure. So we can go to the hotel room. Look around. You're impressed with the luxurious surroundings. So yeah, like there's no show warrant option here, so this probably isn't a place we can get a warrant for. Let's ask him about Brian. I do kind of wonder if he might be the source of Brian's sudden money. I don't have any reason for that. I don't think we've gotten any information to connect the two of them at all. But I just have a little bit of a hunch there. Never heard of the name. Never even heard of the name before. He's so adamant that he doesn't even know the name. I believe there are 2 in the Somnia File series. To be honest, I was expecting something more akin to Danganronpa, which blew my mind. Okay, interesting. Yeah, a lot of people seem to like those games. Are any of the Carringtons doctors? The only doctor is... I can never remember his name. Bennett? But it's not a Carrington. Stephen Beckert. I don't see how that guy and I could possibly be connected. Red Tie Club. I haven't done anything. Such a weird thing to say. Okay, so I did leave the hotel the night of the murder, but I didn't have anything to do with the murder. I just took a walk. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. I might be making a reference to another game. I figured you were making some sort of reference that I did not understand. Okay. Back to search warrants. Bill Robbins' house. We started the game with a search warrant for his house that the game didn't really ever tell us about. We've gotten a warrant for Edward Robbins' house. I believe in this save we already have the warrant for the Carson's house. Let's double check. Okay, yes. Beckert's clinic we got a warrant for. Beckert's house we also got a warrant for. I'm just going to double check. Yeah. We just did Brian Ayler's house. Lyric's store I don't think makes any sense. Carrington's house. Carrington's house. Oh, Dr. Carrington from Amon-Ra. Totally missed the reference. I mean, they could be related, but probably not. Honestly, if anything, like that could be an intentional reference in Amon-Ra to this game. So Dave Carrington is definitely like, I don't think Dave Carrington did the murder. My hunch is that he didn't do anything wrong. My impression of him is that he's really into like crime stuff, but he's not a crimer himself. Again, he wrote a paper called How to Commit the Perfect Crime. He's in a club that like talks about studies criminal behavior. And since the murder, he's been kind of locking himself in his room. My hunch there is that he's nervous that someone is maybe after him, or maybe he knows that the murderer took some tips from his How to Commit the Perfect Crime paper and is nervous that he's going to get blamed for something because of that. But that's kind of my hunch into his whole deal. But I do wonder if there's maybe enough there to get a search warrant and get some further evidence on what exactly is going on. Let me think about who else is at the Carrington's house. Martha Carrington, freelance interior designer. She seems pretty non-suspicious. She's into gardening, has a rose garden. She said she was home all evening. Husband came home at 11 p.m. She has, quote, some artistic ability. She's been in Liberty for 5 years. And she's the one that told us Dave has been keeping to himself and locking him in his room. Born in Boston. And then Joe Carrington is the stepfather of Dave and Janet, who are twins, by the way. I don't know if that's ever going to be particularly relevant, but it's hard not to think it will be. Yeah, I feel like we probably have enough to get a warrant here. I understand. I'm going to give you a search warrant, but you had better not make me sorry. You hear me, Harold? I'll do my best, buddy. So residential, no. You would think suburban, Carrington's house. You arrive at the house of the victim's in-laws. You're in typical suburbia. Come in, Officer Harold. Thank you for your efforts, says the graceful woman who answers the door. Let's say hello. Is there something else I can do for you? Yeah, I want to search your house. You flash your search warrant and begin to look around. Search for clues. You don't find any clues. Other room. Ooh, we got a lot of rooms here. Joe and Martha's room. On the couple's beds are 2 handsome handmade quilts. Lovely. Search. You don't find any leads. Dave's room. Dave's room was suspiciously clean. You don't remember your room ever being this clean when you were young. Searching through the closet, you are shocked at what you find. A gun. Things are getting interesting here. A gun. We haven't even heard anything about a gun, right? Like the murder weapon was a knife, as far as anyone knows, possibly a scalpel. Definitely stabbing in general. No gun crimes I can recall. Yeah. So I feel like, maybe this gun was used to threaten somebody or coerce someone. Gun in Dave's closet. What do you have in your closet? A gun. No. Can't remember. Why can't I remember who Dave Carrington is? I mean, I just talked about him a bunch, but he's the wait, let me make sure I'm not. Yeah, he's the twin brother, of Janet Carrington, or Janet Robbins, maiden name Carrington. He's also the guy who is in a psychology club that studies criminal behavior, and he wrote the How to Commit a Perfect Crime paper. Buddies with Alan, yes. So he's friends with Alan and Molly, I think it was. The night of the murder, he went out cruising with them, and they dropped him off at Arlington at 10 p.m. When confronted with this information, Dave told us that he, quote, took a walk. Why he needed to take a walk at 10 p.m. at Arlington College is a very good question. All right. Let's finish searching. We need to take the pistol. You pick up the pistol carefully with a handkerchief so you won't blur the fingerprints. Now we're treating evidence carefully for once. That's good, at least. Let's finish searching the house, and then I want to talk to Dave again before we leave. Janet's room. You can tell immediately that this is the room she grew up in. High school photos and posters cover the walls. I don't see them, but I'll take your word for it. In the chest of drawers, you find an envelope containing some kind of contract. It's Bill Robbins' life insurance policy. Okay. There's kind of finding all kinds of juicy stuff in here. Bill's life insurance policy in Janet's room. Obviously it makes sense for Janet to have his life insurance policy, but it's a little weird that it's here in her childhood bedroom and not the home where she was living. We've had lots of evidence, culinary. Or do you mean our first evidence connecting Janet to the crime? Maybe. Well, we also have the knife. The knife was in Bill and Janet's kitchen. The knife which strongly resembles the murder weapon. So I feel like that being in their house is also evidence that she might have done it. But we now have a couple things. We have a potential murder weapon, and we have multiple things suggesting a motive. Like, we have a reason for her to... Oh, wait, but if she was after the insurance money, then that kind of contradicts the whole, like, did it out of anger after learning about the affairs. But maybe there's kind of like a combination of things going on here. Like, she found out about the affairs, but then, also wanted to take advantage of the situation as much as possible. I don't know. But there's definitely, like, we don't have all the pieces here, but I do wonder if we could possibly have enough to get an arrest warrant for her. Yeah, once we take it back to the crime lab, we can get a bit more information about it. I just want to finish searching the house here before we do that. Okay. Oh, we need to take it. Take the contract. You take the contract with you. Guest bedroom. You walk into the Carringtons' guest room. Search for clues. Nothing. You give it a good look, but still no luck. Kitchen. The kitchen is a kitchen. Nothing distinctive about it. Besides a few dirty dishes, you find nothing. All right. Let's do this in Dave's room just for dramatic effect. Let's call Dave in here. What's going on with this gun, Dave? Pistol. Lots of people have guns to protect themselves, so? Fair point. It will be interesting to see whose prints we find on this. Like, certainly given his behavior of, like, locking himself in his room, like, it does seem possible that he merely has a gun to protect himself. Okay. Just trying to think if there's anything else we should ask him. Oh, the life insurance, of course. I don't know anything about any insurance policy. My real father died when I was a baby. As far as I'm concerned, my stepdad is my, quote, real father. Alibi. Okay, I kind of forgot. I left Alan and his girlfriend at about 10 o'clock. After that, I just took a walk and then headed back home. Sure thing, buddy. Okay. Let's get this stuff analyzed. Contract. It's a life insurance policy issued by the Heart Safe Insurance Company. The policyholder was Bill Robbins, and the beneficiary is his wife, Janet. It entitles her to $10 million. Wouldn't I love a part of that? That's a pretty hefty sum. Gun. It's a .22 caliber Derringer pistol. Derringer? The type of gun generally used for personal protection. Shots had been fired from it. The fingerprints found on it belonged to Shelley McDonald and Dave Carrington. Shelley. That's a lot in what, 86? Yeah. That's a lot. I mean, even now, $10 million is a pretty good sum of money. Shelley McDonald. Shelley and Dave's prints. I don't think at this point we've even gotten any suggestion that they, like, know each other. Right? Okay. So we want, I'm going to first go back. We're going to talk to Dave again, see if we can get anything new now that we've learned about these items. Then we'll talk to Janet. Janet is currently, yeah, I think she's at the Carrington's house also. And then we'll talk to Shelley. Let's do a save. Just right over that temporary save we did. Okay, so collecting evidence, we're up to 56 points. General investigation, 95. Still 0 interrogation. 57 vital information. I believe that is a slight increase. And total of investigation, 50 points. So that suggests we're now halfway through the game. Though I am curious, like, it does seem possible that as we get closer to the end, like, things will progress more quickly. It's halfway in terms of points, not necessarily time. We got a new message from our buddy Judd in the hospital. JB, don't get impatient or you might miss some vital clues. Ooh. So a thing that came up in the manual was a very vague suggestion that, much like this is saying, like, if we aren't really careful, we might miss, like, an opportunity to ask a particular question that we never get again. Silver says, I just remembered I bought an entire box of donuts and stuck them on top of the fridge. Totally forgot. Time for a donut. I was at the store the other day and I'm like, going to the checkout. I just needed a couple things. And there was a delicious looking stack of donut boxes from Krispy Kreme. And I was like, I've been wanting a donut for months probably. And I came very close to buying the donuts, but there were a lot of milk ingredients. So I was like, I probably shouldn't. I kind of regret it a little. Seems like we're in short on interrogating. Yes. So interrogating is what you do after arresting someone. So in order to do that, we need enough evidence to get an arrest warrant, which seems to be fairly difficult. We need to get quite a bit of, like, concrete evidence, it seems like. So far, we have not managed to get a single one. Silver says, I'm not a huge Krispy Kreme fan, but Kia is, and they have a pumpkin spice box right now. 4 different varieties, so I bought that. Nice. Sounds pretty good to me. Okay. So, investigate. Let's see. We're going to talk to Dave, Janet, and then Shelley. So, Carrington's. Bring in Dave. The person you called enters the room. So we're going to ask about the pistol and the life insurance again. There's nothing worth talking about. Life insurance. I don't know anything about any insurance policy. Let's ask about Shelley. I think she's in here. Yeah. She used to be Bill's secretary. She's a very reliable, bright woman and nice too. And working for a jerk like that. So he's not a fan of Bill. That's interesting. I kind of forgot about that. Culinary says there's only one Krispy Kreme variety you actually need. And what is that? Please elaborate. Okay. Let's bring in Janet. Person you called enters the room. Okay, so we can ask her about the pistol and the life insurance as well. I don't know, she says about the pistol. The original. Okay. I do, like, I'm a fan of, like, well, I guess I don't know what the original Krispy Kreme donut is. Now that I'm thinking about this. To me, when you say Krispy Kreme donut, I imagine just like a pretty standard glazed donut, which I'm a fan of. Okay, so that is the original. Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty good donut, IMO. I'd say my other favorite is just like icing with sprinkles on it. If I want something a little more involved. But I don't need a particularly fancy donut. I do enjoy like a donut with filling occasionally, but those often have some kind of dairy filling, which my body's not a fan of. Let's see. Crush says, "Oh wait, this isn't Fred. Dang it! I thought for a sec maybe there'd be enough for an arrest warrant." Yeah, different guy. But definitely Dave is starting to get increasingly suspicious. Silver says, "I'm not a huge regular glazed fan, which is why I'm not a huge Krispy Kreme fan. The regular donuts are a very good regular glaze, though." Life insurance? What about it? She's very... she will not give us a lot of information. I would say she's maybe the person that has given us the least information in the entire game. On one hand, her husband was just murdered. So if she didn't do it, obviously she's going to be upset. And, it might be kind of difficult for her to, get useful information out. But I find it somewhat suspicious. Yeah, she's not at all helpful or forthcoming. I do wonder now if Fred's letter was about Dave and not Bill, though. Oh. So you're suggesting that Dave is in a relationship with Shelley or involved in some way. Yeah. That's interesting. Like, again, I don't think we've had anything to tie the two of them together. Also, like, age doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I'm trying to remember. Janet and Dave are 21. Where's Shelley? Shelley is 28. I think that's an 8. That's an 8. Again, doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I'm just checking if she told us anything about Dave. I don't have anything written down. But yeah, both their prints on the gun is interesting. And it obviously, there's something we don't know about with the two of them. But we don't know what that is yet. Just keep spinning up wild theories based on every little scrap of new evidence. Yeah, like, I think that's reasonable. I assume the game itself is giving us a lot of misleading evidence. And it also seems like within the game world, there's possibly people planting misleading evidence on purpose. So she's not giving us much. Let's ask her alibi again. I didn't go anywhere and nobody came here. I was alone the whole time. Silver says, "Oh snap, I just saw a random object in Starfield that I'm pretty sure would make Robot Spacer very happy. Non-spoilery. Almost a screenshot in the Discord. Spoiler for people to click on as they wish." Wonderful. And then I just got a notification about it. Thank you for sharing that. I will look at it later. I'm very curious what it is. The fact that the room you found the gun in almost has to mean it was planted. But Dave, when we asked Dave about the gun, he seemed to be admitting that it's his gun and that it was there on purpose. And it's just for protection. Ribbons of Distinction. Thank you so much for that subscription. I appreciate your support very much. Thank you very much. Room he found the gun in was immaculately clean. Yeah. That is a little suspicious. I don't know what to make of that. Again, Dave is the guy that knows how to commit the perfect murder. I still lean towards he didn't do anything wrong, but he is super scared that it's going to get pinned on him just because of the fact that he, is really into this crime stuff and wrote this paper on how to get away with it and all that. And I feel like probably the actual murder, did a lot of things that kind of match up with his his guide book, basically. The gun has both Dave's prints and Shelley's prints on it. Anyways, I think we're done here. Wait, do we ask her about Shelley? She used to be Bill's secretary. That's all I know. Let's ask her about Dave. Dave and I are twins. We spent all our time together ever since we were babies. That's why he resented it when I decided to marry Bill. Interesting. Okay. Let's go talk to Shelley now. Thank you, Ribbons. Shelley got a hold of his gun and used it to kill Bill. Maybe? No, Bill was not shot. Like, there's never been any suggestion that Bill was shot. He was stabbed in the back. Or maybe scalpeled in the back. I mean, I guess it's possible he was killed in some other way and that was covered up in some, like, absurdly complex plan. But at this point, I don't see any reason to think that. Let's see. Shelley is at her house. Just a short walk from Arlington College. Yes, questions the blonde woman who answers your knock. Hello. Excuse me, but I don't feel well. Could we do this some other time? No. I'm sorry. I have to do it right now. What do you know about this gun? I have never used a pistol. Are you sure? Because, like, you definitely held this one. It's got your prints on it. Oh, no. We're out of room in Shelley's notes. I guess we'll go up here. I have never used a gun. So convincing. Held is distinct from used. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, it could be that she's telling the truth. But regardless, she's hiding something. Also, there's like an interesting, like, okay, say you're holding a gun and you're pointing it at a person and telling them to do something or you'll shoot them. Does that mean you haven't used the gun unless you actually fire it? What can you tell us about Dave? He and Janet are twins. Yeah, but why were you holding Dave's gun? Janet. I wouldn't want to switch places with her. What a miserable thing to happen. It's not fair, is it? What about your alibi? Nobody came here and I didn't go out. Oh, right. And she's the one that had a sister that I'm trying to remember if her sister was definitively murdered. Don't want to marry anybody. If you knew about my sister's marriage, you'd understand. Her sister is dead. I know that much. We don't know very much about it. According to her, her sister died. She didn't give us a lot of information about it, but somebody else did. Sister died for reasons possibly related to being married. Right. Hmm. 1 week, this is a thing that Shelley told us. 1 week before the murder, a new guy came to the office to talk to Bill, and Bill seemed distracted after that. Who would that guy have been? Also told us that Doug came by to see Bill a few times. Doug Carson. Oh, and also Glenn Axworthy called the office to talk to Bill. I forgot about that. But I don't know what to make of any of that stuff. Okay, so what next? Have we gotten a warrant for Shelley's house? I think we did, didn't we? Oh, we don't. I feel like we might be able to get a warrant for here now. Just due to the prints, if nothing else. And like, her alibi statement is a little suspicious. There's lots of things about her that are a little bit suspicious. So let's get a search warrant. I think we ought to be able to do that. Oops. Prosecutor, search warrant, Shelley McDonald's house. I understand. I'm going to give you a search warrant, but you had better not make me sorry. You hear me, Harold? All right. Now I got a warrant. You flash your search warrant and begin to look around. Let's search for clues. You find nothing. Ooh, we only have 2 rooms. Shelley's room. Books, jewelry, clothing. Everything is meticulously organized. You're beginning to feel a little sick. That's an interesting statement. Like we're upset by how carefully organized everything is. It's like disturbingly organized. Ribbon says, have you ever made him sorry? We had at least one time where we got a search warrant and found nothing. Specifically at the Carson's house. I think we still haven't found anything there. But he's never expressed any disappointment. There has not been any opportunity for the game to like tell us we screwed up in any way there. So I don't think it's really like counting against us at all, as far as I can tell. Is Harold the opposite of a clean freak? Oh. Like he, just because of how upset he is about the cleanliness here. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Let's search. You find the most astounding piece of evidence in a bureau drawer. It's a blood-stained scarf. Take. You seize the scarf as evidence. Hey, Shelley. What's with the scarf? That. Yeah? Uh-huh. Care to finish that sentence? It's got to be type AB blood on that scarf, right? Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's someone else's blood. Honestly, that would be kind of fun to have to figure out what other person's blood is on the scarf. Crime Lab. Scarf. It's a silk scarf. We found traces of type AB blood on it. Okay. AB blood strikes again. Okay. Let's take a minute to review who has AB blood, because I feel like there's a good chance that at least one instance of type AB blood is not Bill's and is kind of there to throw us off. Russell, type B. Shelley, type O. Glenn Axworthy, type AB. I'm just going to make a list here of type AB blood. Glean Axworthy. Rod, type A. Dave Carrington, also AB. That's interesting. I wonder if there could be Dave's blood on the scarf. Just we clearly have some connection between the two of them. Huh. Man, what is going on in this game? Ken Scott, O. Matthew Gaffney, A. Stephen Beckert, won't answer. I think he's the one person that would not tell us his blood type. Stephen Beckert. Doctor. Unknown. I can't help but wonder if his blood is AB. Joe Carrington is also AB. Martha, A. Bill, of course, AB. I guess I'll write that down, even though, I mean, that's kind of a given. It's the whole reason we care about AB blood in the first place. William Neighbor, O. Oh, Edward Robbins. Oh, right. Edward didn't know. He was the one person that was like, I don't know. Why would I know that? Also, Edward Robbins. Fred Robbins, type A. Janet, type A. Barbara, O. Oh, Sarah Shields said something along the lines of, today it's type B. Who knows what it'll be tomorrow? So I'm just going to write her name over here. Sarah, question mark, question mark, question mark. Like, it seems pretty clear she's not telling the truth about type B, but maybe she is. I don't know. Alan, type A. Kate, type A. Doug, type O. David, type B. Brian, type B. Kevin, type A. Susie, type B. Molly, type A. Peter, type B. Father Jacoby, type A. And then we have our unknown guy. Judy, type A. Michael, type A. And that's everybody. Glean. Yes, Glean. Glean Axworthy. So, our type ABs definitively are Glenn, Dave, Joe, and Bill. We also have 3 unknowns. Dr. Beckert, Edward Robbins, who is Bill's father, and Sarah Shields. Does anyone know anything about like genetics and blood types? I assume that 2 related people are somewhat more likely to have the same blood type. I'm wondering about this for two reasons. First, we have like it seems like AB is an uncommon blood type, and it's kind of interesting that Dave is type AB, and also his not biologically related stepfather is type B. And then we have Bill is type AB, and maybe his father is also type AB, but he doesn't know. So Game sure seems to be making a case for AB to be the most likely to murder group. You think? I'm not sure that I agree necessarily. Dave is starting to look a little bit suspicious, but I still don't really think he's the murderer. Who knows, though? I'm sure school children learn this in science or health class, but I can't remember how it works. Yeah, same. Should we Google it real quick? I'm just going to Google blood types. ABO? What? ABO blood group system. Okay. I ain't going to read all that. Is there a Wikipedia page? Blood type. Okay. Blood type, also known as a blood group, is a classification of blood based on the presence and absence of antibodies and inherited antigenic substances on the surfaces of red blood cells. These antigens may be proteins, carbohydrates, glycoproteins, or glycolipids, depending on the blood group system. Some of these antigens are also present on the surface of other types of cells of various tissues. Several of these red blood cell surface antigens can stem from one allele? Allele is my best guess there. Or an alternative version of a gene and collectively form a blood group system. Okay. I'm not going to read the rest of this. I'm just going to search for related genetics. Okay, one sentence we found is two names that are hard to pronounce discovered the inheritance of blood types as Mendelian genetics in 1910 and the existence of subtypes of A in 1911. We also have, as with many other genetic traits, the distribution of ABO and Rh blood groups varies significantly between populations. Okay. Mendelian inheritance, also known as Mendelism, is a type of biological inheritance following the principles originally proposed by Gregor Mendel in 1965 and 1966, rediscovered in 1900 by Hugo de Vries and Carl Correns. Isn't it Molly Mendel? Is this name possibly a reference to this? I'm pretty sure Molly's last name is Mendel. Yeah. And it's spelled exactly the same way. It's kind of interesting. Okay, I'm looking at chat here. Culinary says allele. Okay, thank you. Unsee Crush says, seems like to get an AB baby, you need one parent, each A and B. Ah, okay. Silver says O is mostly universal. Deavor says, finished coloring, woo, great. A and B are dominant and can be combined to form AB. Okay. So type O has neither. So Bill's mother has been dead for like 10 years, I believe. So she's not in the game, so we have no idea what her blood type would be. I was just thinking, oh, if we looked at, his mother's blood type, then maybe that would give us a good guess about his father's blood type. But unfortunately, not the case. An AB parent can't have an O child. Okay, interesting. RH factor is probably not going to be a thing for game purposes. Yeah, I figured. I was just kind of reading stuff on Wikipedia that was there. Chimera who has different DNA in their bones and spleen could have multiple blood types. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh, Unsecret Crush has like a table of how the genetics work here. Okay. Interesting. Why does everyone know so much about blood? I don't know. I certainly don't know much. Thank you for doing that content warning, Ribbons. An AB baby could be the child of, for example, AB and AO. Okay, interesting. Efton, hello. In Australia, they call AB baby Abababa. Exactly, as we all know. Did I do this thing I've been meaning to do? Yes. We can give Efton a shout out now. Or you're all in Murder Club. Could be. We are now, apparently. Pretty useful to know your blood compatibility when it really matters. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't even know what my blood type is, let alone compatibility information. It's probably good to know that, huh? All right. Scarf has traces of type AB blood on it. So what I'm thinking here is we want to, at minimum, go around to everybody that has AB blood or unknown blood and see if we can ask them about the scarf. Shelley would not tell us much about it. But now that we've had it analyzed, let's go back and ask her again, just in case that changes anything. Does anyone have no blood? That's a great question. I definitely have blood. Got two colors, but they kind of look the same. Oh, that's a bummer. So let's go out and investigate. And talk to Shelley again first. Scarf. I don't know. Okay. So her dialogue has slightly changed, but it's still kind of the same thing, basically. Silver says yes. No, it's complicated. A very interesting answer, Silver. Teavor says, wifey and my blood are easy to remember. A+ and B- respectively. I'm the good student. That's great. Okay. I'm going to ask about Dave again. He and Janet are twins. Let's ask about all the other people with AB blood, just for kicks. I don't really expect this to go anywhere, but I'm curious. So Glenn. Oh, him. He's called the office to talk to Bill. Dave, we just asked about. Joe. I've never met him. Bill, of course. It was a shock. One day he's here, and the next he's gone. And then we'll ask about our unknown blood type people. Stephen. He's a Robbins family physician and a friend of Edward Robbins. Edward Robbins. He's a tremendously demanding man. In fact, he expects work to get done at any cost. And Sarah. Don't know her. Okay. I definitely most want to talk to Dave, but I'll go through my list in order. So we'll start with Glenn. Glenn is at the hotel. Wait. Heart Safe Insurance. I was like, when I was going through this list and selecting the hotel, I was like, wait a minute, there's a new item in here because it's no longer even on both sides. Okay, so we heard about Heart Safe Insurance, but it didn't occur to me that that would unlock a location. New location. Okay, I still want to follow through with what I was doing, so we'll do that. And then we'll go back and investigate the insurance company and see if we can find anything out there. Yeah, like it's very easy to miss stuff because new items are not called out in any way. Especially like you can have a long list of dialogue options. And in some cases, even though that list hasn't changed at all, going through a previously used option might bring up new information. So you really got to pay attention and figure stuff out. I should have at least realized that it might be a possibility that would be able to go to the insurance company. My mistake. But at least we caught it. Let's leave this place and go to the hotel room. Okay, so we can't ask about the scarf, which I kind of figured. Alibi is the same. Just change the text color, please. Yeah, like, that's such a tricky thing. Like, I definitely appreciate it when, you know, the text color changes when there's like new dialogue, but in this type of game, that's basically like giving you the answers. I feel like it's a very tricky game design problem how to deal with that whole situation in a mystery game like this in particular. But definitely like in other types of games where like, you know, like Mass Effect comes to mind, you know, you have lots of dialogue that, you know, you just want to, you know, go through and find stuff you might have missed. Like, you know, in that kind of scenario, absolutely is a very easy decision to highlight stuff that is new or different. I think showing new stuff with a color is fine. Well, yeah, like a totally new thing, I guess I would agree is not really spoiling anything, like that new location. But there's cases where, you know, we learn something that contradicts an alibi. And if the text alibi becomes highlighted, then it a little bit spoils having to piece that together on our own. I don't know. I mean, I think there's 100% valid arguments to be made either way. And I can kind of appreciate both sides of that in that specific scenario. Some games are made more difficult by making them less easy. This is true, yes. Okay. So we're going to ask him about some others. Dave. Don't know him. Joe. Yeah. Why would you know him? I'm just asking questions here. Don't worry about it. Bill. Okay. We're done here. I don't think we're going to get anywhere. So that was Glenn. Let's talk to Dave next. He's at the Carrington's house. So we can't even ask about the scarf. That's a bummer. To ask about life insurance again. Don't know anything about life insurance policy. Ask about Shelley again. Why are Shelley's prints on the gun? Davor says, I just don't think that not bringing attention to new options is interesting difficulty. Yeah, I think that's completely fair. Hinton says, all game difficulty is artificial, so making UI navigation a puzzle of its own is like I already have work software. Fair. Davor says, sometimes difficulty by making it less easy is genuinely interesting, like Quap. For sure. Okay. Let's ask about our other AB people. Don't know him. Hated his guts. The guy was a dirtbag. Still, I wouldn't wish death on anyone. Barely talked with Edward Robbins. Joe. He's kind of a recluse. Not too good with most people, but he's been great to me and Janet. Okay. So not really anything. Something else. No. Okay. Oh, Joe Carrington is at his office. Real estate company. Oh, interesting. We can ask him about the pistol. I don't own a gun. I mean, it was found at his house, so I guess that makes sense. I guess that's the reason why. There's not always clear logic why we can ask someone about a particular thing. So yeah, we can ask him about the pistol. Oh, we have the life insurance also. Insurance? I don't know anything about it. Okay. Oh, we should ask. I never asked Martha about those items. Absolutely should. I'll go back there after this. Dave. He's at a difficult age. Still, I think we have a good relationship. He tells me everything. Does he tell you about the murders he's done? I don't know him. I've never met him. He was a selfish man. I hate to say this about my daughter's husband, but he had it coming. I frequently select the wrong options because the number of items in this list changes fairly often. So it's like you get used to press down twice to go to question or to ask about others, and then suddenly for a different character you have to press down 3 times. And it's just a little annoying to keep track of. Fortunately, I'm a very healthy man. I haven't been to a doctor in years. I can't stand arrogant bastards like him. Sure. Sarah Shields. Don't know her. Okay. Obviously, we cannot talk to Bill. I feel like going around and talking to people of a certain blood type is not really getting us anywhere. So I'm not going to bother to go back and talk to the people with unknown blood types. What was the thing I said I was going to follow up on? Oh, right. Talking to Martha about the items we found in her house. So the pistol. There's no pistol in this house, she says. In the house we found a pistol in. It's interesting. So, I mean, Dave makes it pretty clear that it's his gun, or at least he's claiming it as his gun. So it sounds like Dave brought the gun into this house without the knowledge of his mother. There's no gun in this house. Life insurance. I know nothing about it. Murder Club president is none other than Jake the dog. Maybe it's Shelley's gun. I mean, that's certainly a possibility. Like, for example, you know, maybe Shelley used it in self-defense and Dave took the gun and hid it for whatever reason to protect her. But again, we still don't know how the two of them are connected at all. They won't even admit to knowing each other, basically. So it's kind of puzzling. It's very difficult to piece it together. But let's check out our new location. Heart Safe Insurance. You are standing in front of a shabby building at the end of a dark, narrow alley. Sounds lovely. Look around. The filthy sign on the door reads Heart Safe. This is a very interesting insurance company. Why is this insurance company sound so shady? Let's go inside. That's our guy. That's our final guy. We've unlocked all guys. Dun, 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 dun. So now the really interesting question is, who is this guy? Could this possibly be Henry Klein? Collect every guy. We've done it. What is it? Asks a seedy-looking man. He does look a little seedy, doesn't he? Just kind of vibe. Look around. The small office contains just a desk, a chair, and stacks of papers. Say hello. What do you want? What's your name? Mike Rockman. Okay. Mike Rockman. Fascinating. How old are you? I'm 34 years old. Occupation? Insurance agent. Kind of figured. Blood type. Blood type is O. Family. My wife and 2 daughters. Hobbies. I like to toss down a few cold ones and reminisce about my hippie days. That's great. Drinking. Talking about hippie days. Looks more 8-track than CD to me. Skills. I swim the same way I drink, like a fish. Great. Birthplace. I was born in Santa Cruz. In clubs. I belong to the Insurance Agents Association, of course. Okay, excuse me. Let's go to ask for information. What's your alibi? The day of the murder, I went out of town on business and came back at about 11 o'clock. I was too tired to drive home, so I just slept here in the office. Interesting. And a little odd. Out of town business. So got back at 11. So that's half an hour before Bill left the Hungry Fisherman. Back at 11. So basically, he was in town. He's admitting to being in town during the time of the murder, but he's saying he was at the office. I can't help but feel like we're going to get a contradiction there at some point. Okay. Drinking club. It's just an excuse for snooty rich kids to get together and get smashed. So I assume he's not involved in the drinking club. Assault. Never heard of it. What are you asking me for? I mean, it's in my list. I figured I'd try. Life insurance. Mrs. Robbins came in to sign the contract about a month ago. She said everything seemed to be in order. So, a little bit of timeline info here. Bill and Janet had been married for 6 months. So the timing of the life insurance is suspicious, but it's also not super suspicious. Janet got life insurance 1 month ago. Medium suspicious. Yeah, exactly. Company status. Business is slow, but I'm doing all right. Oops, not ready for that yet. Something else. Hey, wait. I saw Mr. Robbins that night. No, not the victim, his father. It was kind of late, and he was walking with someone near the church. This is good info. Ed walking with someone near church. Night of the murder. Okay. Is not the only person seen near the church on the night of the murder, I believe. I'm going to take a minute right now to go through my notes, and this might take me a minute. I'm not going to read too much of this, but I have to do a lot of skimming, so this will be a little bit boring. Apologies. I want to say that Brian Ayler was seen near the church, but I'm not positive. And I don't remember who told us that. Yeah, we weren't given a time for when this happened. So that is a little bit unfortunate. Joe saw Mr. Carson around 10. He was in a big hurry. We never found out much about that, I don't think. That's maybe a possibility. Like, we're also not given any information where Joe saw Mr. Carson, I don't think. I'm sure I would have written that down if he said. Davor says, man, washing hair after brights really does look like you slaughtered some kind of fantasy animal on the tub. Let's see, Crush asks, what colors did you do? Davor says, deep purple and ideally a blue indigo, which also turned out deep purple. That's a bummer. Like, what you were going for sounds really cool. It's too bad they came out so similar. But still, deep purple sounds pretty good to me. So hopefully it still looks good, even if it wasn't quite what you were after. I know someone was seen near the church. I'll find it eventually. I feel like there was also mention of a car going to the church with maybe no information about who was in it. Okay. Oh. Thorpe. Sarah about Thorpe said, big cigar, saw near college, night of murder, coming from church. Okay. Oh, right. I should have realized that, because Thorpe is the guy that Father Jacoby would not admit to having seen on the night of the murder. But now that we have this information, maybe that's true. Maybe he did not see him because he was meeting someone else at the church. So Ed and Thorpe met at the church the night of the murder. What were they doing at the church? As far as we know, they were at Thorpe's house. Neither of them has admitted to being at the church, as I recall. It'll be sweet and better next time. Nice. Glad to hear it. Okay, so we definitely need to go confront both of them. I'm going to make a quick note about that, just so I don't forget. So that was Edward, Ed, and Thorpe at church night of murder. There's got to be something we could find at the church, I feel like. If they were there the night of the murder, you know, either they were meeting with someone, which the only other person we know of being there is Father Jacoby. Again, he mostly doesn't seem suspicious. And the only suspicious thing about him really was that it seemed like he was possibly hiding information about having seen Thorpe the night of the murder. But now we have reason to believe he didn't actually. So he seems, if anything, less suspicious, I would say. So if they weren't meeting with Jacoby, then, you know, they were maybe doing something at the church. Like maybe disposing of evidence, or that's kind of the best guess I can think of. Okay. So we'll come back to that once we're done talking to Mike Rockman. But that is very, very helpful. Okay, there's no one else here. So let's go through this long list of people. Bill. I read about in the papers like everybody else. We live in a terrible world. What am I supposed to do about it? Sell insurance, I guess. Martha Carrington. Never met her. Edward. The jerk wouldn't buy insurance from me. Said he doesn't believe in insurance. Ed doesn't believe in insurance. Whatever one does in a church, yes. Or on a church. Fred, never met him. I assume we're going to have lots of never met him, don't know her kind of answers here. Don't know her. Doug. He's the president of the Lee Cosmetics Company. He's trying to get insurance from us. I guess their fancy new Eau de Citrus perfume is a real bomb. Okay. Interesting. Doug. Trying to get insurance. Eau de Citrus. Bombed. Judy. Don't know her? Michael. He took out a policy for his family. He's a real family man. I like this guy will just tell us who's got insurance through him. Like, that seems like a thing you're probably not meant to go telling I mean, we are a cop, but it's not like we have a warrant or anything. He doesn't have to tell us this info. Family policy. Joe. The guy at Home Real Estate? I know him. He took out a fire protection policy. Citrus perfume would have to be careful to not end up smelling like cleaning fluid. Yeah. Efton says, Mike Rockman is known as Michael Mega Man in America. Yes, exactly. Thank you. I was thinking the same thing, but was not able to turn it into a good joke like you have done. Thank you. Janet Robbins. Yeah, I know the lady. She's got a policy with us. It's kind of fishy that the lady just signed the papers and boom, her old man drops dead. You bet we're looking into it. Okay. Interesting. Janet, fishy. I wonder if we might have enough to arrest Janet at this point. This game, I feel like this game is going to start to get very interesting because I don't know how things work exactly in terms of, like, there's clearly, we're being given reason to suspect multiple people. And I'm guessing we can eventually arrest more than one person. So I'm really curious if the game gives us an opportunity to basically accuse the wrong person. I have no idea how, like, the end game in this works. Start to? Sorry, I already forgot what I said start to about. So that was Janet Dave. Don't know him. He said it would start to get interesting. Oh, well, I mean, increasingly interesting. I mean, it has been interesting. It's just, it will become interesting in a new way. Stephen. Dr. Beckert bought insurance here. It was a life insurance policy, and the beneficiary was Susie McNally. Okay. That makes sense. Dr. Life insurance. Beneficiary. I'm just going to write SM. I know which SM that refers to. Well, all right, SMC. Susie McNally, never met her. Barbara Davis, don't know her. Shelley McDonald, don't know her. Ken Scott. He's the owner of the Hungry Fisherman, right? That's the one. Sarah Shields. Sure, I know her. I really like her music. Don't know that that's worth writing down, but I like her music. Russell. No, I don't know him. Brian Ayler. Oh, okay. His name is not in this list. I was thinking we would now be able to go around and ask everybody about Mike Rockman, but we cannot, in fact. Brian Ayler, don't know him. Glenn Axworthy, don't know him. Okay. I think that's everything. Ooh, I wonder if we might have at the very least we must have super close to 100% on the it's like general investigation or something. Let's ask him his alibi again. Okay, same. I think we've had at least one scenario where we were able to ask someone their alibi twice and get a different response. Just because like we had already learned information that contradicted it. But in this case, this is the first we've heard of Mike Rockman. So no one has mentioned him at all. Oh. I just remembered how it must have been Shelley mentioned a, quote, new guy calling Bill. I wonder if it's possible that was Mike Rockman. It seemed notable that she didn't give us a name, which made me wonder if it's, maybe someone we haven't found. 1 week before the murder, new guy came to the office to talk to Bill, and Bill seemed distracted after. Okay. It's not enough to really know anything. Okay. I need a break. So I'm going to go do that. And when I come back, we're going to investigate this situation where Edward and Russell Thorpe seem to meet at the church the night of the murder. And I feel like we're probably going to learn something new. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Thank you all for sharing your Pride bees. I don't think I've ever seen the Pride cute that Hinton shared. That's very good. I have. Let's see, I have this one, this one, this one. I really like Pride Uwu is my favorite. I'm also very jealous of Pride Laugh. It's a really good one. Yeah, F-Town's got that Pride Uwu. But yeah, it stinks that is apparently like, if you didn't get those, you can never have them. I think they should bring them back and let people unlock them again. Yeah, it's not just universal. Like there was a specific time period where you could unlock them. And now that that time period is over, you can't get them anymore. Hype train emotes. Okay. And the current hype train emotes have been there for so long now. Oh, Hinton, is that the whole collection? Dang. Very good. Okay. So first things first, let's freaking save. We're done here, right? I'm pretty sure we're done here. Wait, do we look around inside? Small office contains just a desk, a chair, and stacks of papers. Save game. Yes. 14? Yes, I would like to analyze our progress. All right, 97. So we're still missing some stuff, but we're doing great on general investigation. Collecting evidence, we're up to 62 now, which is very good. I feel great about that. Still 0 interrogation, of course. 61 vital information is great. And 53 total investigation. Silver says, yeah, Mary would love to do more, but there are things preventing them. More hype train amounts. Yeah, I'm sure. Mary seems to like do a really, really great job at doing her best to make good things happen. I always appreciate her work at Twitch. Hello, Derek Ironbeck. Good to see you. Hey, Robot Space and Unsecret Crush. How goes the Murder Club? It's going pretty good. We are currently investigating. We have now found every person in the game that we can talk to, I believe. Unless there's someone that is not included in the manual. But given our general investigation points, I think that's unlikely. I think if we do meet any other characters, they won't be characters we can like interrogate or talk to, rather. Interrogate is its own special thing. Oh yeah, we do have a new message from Judd. JB, don't get impatient or you might miss some vital clues. Is that actually new? It's a very similar sentiment to what we had last time. But yeah, I'm doing my best to not get impatient. So we now want to go talk to Edward Robbins and Russell Thorpe because we've learned that they were probably meeting up at the church for some reason or another. And this might also be reason to be able to get a search warrant for the church. But we'll start by talking to them and see if that gets us anywhere. So let's start with Edward. I think he's at the trading company. There he is. The president glares at you. I have nothing else to tell the police. Let's ask for information. Okay, so we have nothing new here. Let's ask his alibi again, because we now have some new information. Let me review what he's told us previously. But we might get something new here, because we now have... well, yeah, we do have new information about Edward specifically. We already knew that Russell was seen near the church, but not Edward. There's Edward. Okay, so previously told us that he went to Russell Thorpe's and was home around 11 and then went straight to bed. So we already knew he was with Russell Thorpe, but as far as we knew, they were at Russell's house, not at the church. That has never been mentioned by either of them, I don't think. I already told you I was at Thorpe's. Stop badgering me. I know my rights. Heck. Nothing? Let's ask about Thorpe. Thorpe and I have been friends since we were boys. We can't ask about Jacoby or the church. Damn. Badger. Mushroom. Heck. Well, we'll talk to Thorpe. Maybe he'll give us something new. Red Tie Club. What happened? What happened indeed? Please tell me more. My wife Helen died of cancer about 20 years ago. That was also 20. I was thinking it was 10 years ago, but it was also 20 years ago, which is just what was going on 20 years ago? All right, we're out of here. Murder's possible? Yeah. Russell's at his house. Oops, I think it was there. Yeah. What do you want? Asked the man at the door brusquely. He puffs on a cigar and coughs in your face. That is rude as hell, sir. Ask for information. Alibi. Edward left here at about 10 o'clock. Then I went to bed. Wait, that doesn't even match with what Edward told us. Edward said he went home around 11. That's a pretty notable discrepancy. But again, they're not giving us a way to call them out on that. Edward and I have known each other since we were in school together. Maybe we went somewhere after we left Thorpe's. Yeah. Sure. I wonder if they went to the church. Well, I mean, for all we know, they weren't actually at... Like, I'm pretty sure we're just taking them on their word that they were at Thorpe's house at all. Ask him about Glenn Axworthy again, just for kicks. Never met him. Okay. Let's go to the church now. There are few people in the area. A peaceful aura fills the chapel. Oh. Yeah, this is interesting. So in the hotel, we have this option to leave this place. And in the hotel, that's how we get to the guest room where Glenn Axworthy is. Here, it just says you are already there. So I feel like there must be some way to like unlock another location at the church. But I don't know how we would accomplish that. I was here, of course. Red Tie Club. I'm sorry that I can't be of any help to you, but I don't know anything. Something else. Night of the murder, I heard the sound of a car coming from the graveyard. Very unusual at that late hour. I hope it's not related to Bill Robbins' murder. So that car, which is the thing I remember hearing about, could also be related to this meetup at the church, or it might be something separate. I don't really know. Since we don't have times of either of those events, it's kind of hard to figure out what the deal is here. But I believe the graveyard is very close to the church. I was thinking we might be able to get a search warrant here, but again, there's no show warrant option. I mean, we could try and see what happens, but I feel like it's probably not going to work. Let's ask about Russell again. I've met him. And Edward. God bless him. He's made donations to this church and many worthwhile charities. This is one of the few people who has anything nice to say about Edward Robbins. Everybody else thinks he's a cruel and unforgiving businessman. Okay. Let's go to the cemetery and poke around there. And then we'll see if we can get a warrant to search the church. A cold wind is blowing. You surprise me, says the man wandering among the graves. Everywhere you look, there are graves. Hello, any new leads? Yeah, I think we do have some new leads since we last talked to you. What was your alibi again? I was in the psych department study room preparing for a discussion group. There were a lot of people in the room with me who can back up my story. Search the church. I agree. Even though I bet it won't let us. If only there were a membership list. In fact, there is. I have it, but I can't talk to you about it, apparently. This is an interesting thing from him. Like, I think he's part of this. He's a psychology teacher at Arlington, and I think he's involved in Dave's. Dave is a student of his, and I feel like he's probably involved in the group that studies criminal behavior, or at least has an interest in that type of thing. But it's weird that he's like, suggesting there's things we don't know, but he's not telling us. Why aren't you telling us? Dave sounds like a made-up name to me. Interesting. I'm pretty sure it's not. So let's ask about Russell and Edward. Sorry, I've never met him. He's the president of the Robbins Trading Company, isn't he? Glenn? Never heard the name before. Leave this place. Cemetery. Oh, that's interesting. So this is kind of like the church in that we have the leave this place option, but in this case, it actually brings up a menu which only has the cemetery. Where is this game supposed to take place? It takes place in a town called Liberty City. We, in a roundabout way, found out where that is meant to be, but I can never remember. Want to say near Memphis? Am I making that up? It's near New Orleans? Is that correct? That doesn't sound correct to me. Okay. The documentary about Rika Suzuki said it's near Memphis. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, it has never come up in the game, and I don't know that it's necessarily important, other than one or two people saying Memphis is where they're from. Have they? Oh, yeah. Barbara's from Memphis. Kind of feel like she might be the only one from Memphis. Yeah. It's all near the same big river. That's true. Okay. So I feel like our only hope of following up on this lead at this point is getting a warrant. So let's see if we can do that. I'll try the church first. If that doesn't work, then I'll try the cemetery. St. Andrew's Church. Come on, Harold. You're jumping the gun. You don't have enough to justify a search. I feel like I do, though. Downshill Cemetery. Same answer. And this response is a little annoying because I feel like this is the same response it would give us if we haven't found the evidence we need yet, or if it's simply not a place we can ever get a search warrant for. Okay, let's look through this list again. I'm going to try Robbins Trading Company again. Jumping the gun. Okay. We've already searched Russell Thorpe's house. Let's see. He owns the movie theater. Should we try the movie theater? I'll kind of be surprised if we can ever get a warrant for like a public place that doesn't show this show warrant option in the menu. For Kung, hello. Welcome, y'all. Hope you had a great stream. For Kung was playing some Mac games tonight, right? Text Adventure Tuesday, Mac Tads games, Mac Wesleyan, 1995, and The Great Archaeological Race from 1992. I'm having a slightly difficult time saying words correctly tonight. Apologies. Please tell us a little bit about those games if you care to, but no worries if you just want to raid and run or whatever. Regardless, thank you so much for stopping by. So was I. Yeah, I feel like that's especially hard with any text-heavy game. Definitely recommend giving For Kung a follow if you are interested in like text adventure games in particular. Okay, if any of y'all are new here, I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing a game called Murder Club, and I'm a little bit stumped at the moment. We've made a lot of great progress today, but at this very moment, I'm unsure of how to proceed. I feel like we probably need to... Well, there's a good chance there's some dialogue we've missed that we need to go back and talk to someone... re-interrogate the right person, or maybe there's a search warrant or two that we've missed out on, but that's what we're considering at the moment is whether or not there's another place we could get a search warrant for. For Kung says Mac Wesleyan I think was too much inside jokes about Wesleyan. That sounds about right. Just even going by the title and nothing else. But the other game was really richly written, and I'm curious where it started petering out according to the reviews I read from the time. Interesting. Oh, Deavor says, have to go to bed. Thanks for streaming. You're welcome. Thank you for hanging out, Deavor, and I hope you sleep well. So, did we ever... I think I tried Lee Cosmetics Company. I want to do it again just to see. Okay. That's what I figured. Real estate, movie theater. Nah. Bank. Heart Safe Insurance. I don't think we have any reason to try to search there. Other than it's kind of shady. Bill Robbins' house we already have. Edwards we have. Carson's. Oh, that's another thing, is it might be worth going back and looking around at places we've already searched. Because the manual made it pretty clear that that would be necessary unless it was misleading us. But at some point in the game, we might be able to find new things by going back to the same locations we've already searched. Beckert's Clinic, we have a warrant for, and Beckert's house. Brian Ayler's house we got tonight. Carrington's house we got tonight. Russell Thorpe's, I think we did last week. Yeah, we did Shelley McDonald's. That's where we found the bloody scarf, right? Yeah. Which is still kind of a mystery. We found a bloody scarf with type AB blood on it, which is the murder victim's blood type. But also a few other folks have that blood type. And then there are also a few people that we don't know their blood type. Furkung says, I too will have to catch the VOD on this. I'm sleepy, excuse me. No worries at all. Thank you so much for coming by, and I hope you sleep well. So yeah, we got Shelley's. We can't get the church or the cemetery. Arlington College and Robbins parking lot. You're absolutely welcome. Least I could do for the friendly raid. And thank you for the well wishes. I hope we catch the murderer. Probably not tonight. I am determined to arrest somebody, though, even if they're not the murderer. I don't know if either of these make sense to get a search warrant for. Again, they're public places. I'm pretty sure Arlington College and Robbins parking lot do not show the menu item show warrant, which makes me think we can't get a warrant for them. But they're both very relevant locations. A car was stolen from the parking lot that I assume is connected. I'm just going to try it. I'm just going to try both. I don't like spamming these, but if I'm feeling stuck, I feel like it's fine to just try some things to confirm my suspicions. So I don't really have any regrets about that. I guess I'm going to try the Gaslight too, just because that's owned by Russell Thorpe, and he's a little bit suspicious. Okay, that's jumping the gun too. So yeah, I feel like we've kind of exhausted the reasonable options here. There's a couple that we haven't tried, but I don't see any reason to try them, so I'm not going to. I kind of wonder if we should try an arrest warrant. Maybe before I do that, we should go around and talk to everyone again. We found a lot of evidence since we last did that, and it's possible we've missed some dialogue options, because it's always very difficult to tell who you will be able to ask about certain pieces of evidence you found. So let's start with that. I do feel like there's a decent possibility we could get an arrest warrant for Janet. Just because like we already had we already had some reason to, think that she might be upset with Bill over his infidelity. And now we have additional suspicious evidence of her getting a life insurance policy for $10 million on him a month before he died. Excuse me. So I feel like that could be enough, but let's go around and talk to everybody first. I think I'm just going to go to this ask for information section, which this is a list of things that gets updated as we find evidence or learn new things. I might ask everybody's alibi again just to see. That's been a frequent item that we can get new information from if we find a contradiction. I already told you I was at Thorpe's. Stop badgering me. I know my rights. Lee. Alibi. I was at home. As soon as I finish work, I always go straight home. Red Tie Club. I don't think there's anything new here, but I'm going to go through a couple of these anyway. I don't know. I think my mother knows more about it. All right. Yeah. Okay. Nothing useful there. Real estate. Alibi. I'm not lying. No, I left at 10 o'clock. Or maybe it was 11. I'm pretty sure he's told us that before. It's just, we've had this other, Edward said he got home at around 11, whereas Russell said that Edward left his house at 10. So I feel like that 10 to 11 period is kind of interesting. But it is noteworthy that time period would be before, that would be while Bill was still at the Hungry Fisherman. So to me, that points to something other than murdering. Like, maybe they were doing something related to the murder, like planning for it. But I can't help but think there's stuff going on here that we just don't really know about yet. Let's ask him about Thorpe. Never had any contact with him. And then Edward. I can't stand arrogant bastards like him. Okay. We already asked him about the pistol and life insurance. Doesn't know anything about Red Tie Club. Saw Mr. Carson when he was leaving work. Oh. I was thinking, we didn't get a time there, but I'm pretty sure he told us when he was leaving work at some point. What's your alibi? Maybe we don't need to. Oh, right. He said 10 or 11. Okay. Doug went to meet someone. We don't know who he went to meet. Is it possible Doug was meeting someone at the church? The Carson's house is, I think, the one place we've gotten a search warrant for, but haven't found anything yet. And I wonder if we might want to go back there and search it again. Like maybe that's the thing we unlocked by learning about this church meetup. I'm just going to make a note to search Carson's again. Okay. I think we're done here. Movie theater. I don't think this is going to get us much. Yeah. What's your alibi? I think my shift ended around 7 o'clock that night. Alan picked me up and we went for a drive. Hungry Fisherman. Alibi, Red Tie Club. That's all the same, I think. He was at the restaurant the whole time until 2 in the morning and went straight home. Let's talk to Sarah. What does Sarah say about marriage? I'm not planning to get married right now. What business is it of yours? Okay. I couldn't remember asking her about that. What did she say about the earrings? Sorry, I don't usually drop earrings in married men's bedrooms. That's fair. What's your alibi again? In the restaurant all evening. I left at about 2 in the morning. Okay. Something else. That night I heard Bill mumble Liberty something or other. Maybe he was referring to the bank. This is a statement that has been bugging me for a bit. I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about it, but every time it comes up, I feel like referring to the bank here is quite possibly misleading. There is a Liberty River nearby, and that's my best guess as to what he might have been talking about if it wasn't the bank. I can't remember which location, but there's one location that specifically, like if we look around outside the building, it points out that it's near the Liberty River. But we can't go there, at least not yet. So yeah, I think we're done here. Do we want to ask about others? Let's ask about Russell. He owns the Gaslight Theater. He's easy to recognize because he always has a big cigar sticking out of his mouth. Hey, wait a minute. I saw Mr. Thorpe near the college when I was going home from work the night of the murder. He might have been coming from the church. Oh, yeah, Russell is definitely a made-up name. I agree. Okay. So Thorpe was definitely coming from the church. I'm pretty sure we got this information before. Auntie Crush says, my grandma had a, quote, good friend named Russell. Or so she told you. Thorpe. I'm looking for Sarah's sheet. Okay. Big cigar. Saw near college night of murder coming from church. Okay. So we did already have this information. It's not new. I'm mostly wanting to confirm that because if it was new, then it might have potentially unlocked something else by learning this. Okay. Susie. Shelley. Doesn't ring a bell. Bill. This murder goes to show you that you can't predict anyone's fate. The night he was killed, he came here alone, but he often came with a woman with long blonde hair. Or a long blonde-haired wig. Heck. All right. Look around. Ah, okay. So the Liberty River is right near here. So now I'm even more convinced that Bill was mumbling about the Liberty River. just making a note about that with question marks. I feel good about this hunch, but I don't know what to do with it. We've never tried to get a search warrant for here. I feel like it's probably not. Yeah, there's no show warrant option. But again, we don't know for sure that means we can't get a search warrant. And also, like, it doesn't make sense to get a search warrant to find, to go over to a river nearby. Like, I'm struggling to understand what the game expects of me at this point. I'm probably just overlooking something. Let's continue questioning everyone. Alibi, red tie, company status, something else. Wasn't here the day it happened. I was in New York on business. Something else. He tells us about the Lee Cosmetic Company's financial troubles. Big Burger. Good old Big Burger. How you doing, Alan? Information, alibi. They were renovating this place on the day that dude got killed, so I got off around 3. I picked up Molly and Dave later on, and the 3 of us went for a cruise downtown. I got home before midnight. Something else. Remember Dave saying that he had something to do. We dropped him off around 10 near school. Oh! Shelly lives near the school. Dave dropped off at school, near school. Went to see Shelly. I feel like that's got to be it. That still doesn't quite give us anything. But I feel good that, like, that is correct, and that, maybe having figured that out will help us piece something together eventually. Had to stop by so Shelly could get her prints on his gun. Yeah. Oh. Dave was also at Arlington the next day. Ooh, I don't know if we have any. Like, I'm wondering if maybe he, spent the night at Shelly's house. I don't know that we ever have anything, confirming that he came home that night. Again, this doesn't really give us much, but if that's true, then, piecing together things is useful, even if it doesn't give us anything immediate. Okay, so his alibi currently is that he was out with friends, got home late, dropped off at Arlington at 10 p.m. and, quote, took a walk. So yeah, he's not telling us that he ever came home that night. So I kind of feel like he did not. Let's see. Who told us that Dave was hanging around the next day? That might have been the security guard. That makes the most sense, I think. Peter Ledoux. Dave, hanging around after the murder, quote, researching a paper. So that was it sounds like he's saying that Dave was hanging around like around 2 a.m. very early in the morning, is my interpretation of that. So Dave dropped off near school, went to see Shelley, question mark, and then, possibly stayed there until after the murder. So if he was there before the murder and after the murder, he didn't have a car of his own, at the very least. And the murder took place somewhere else. So that's fairly good evidence. Well, I don't know if I'd say that, but that suggests that he did not commit the murder, at least. But he still could have been involved in it in some way. And what was he doing with Shelley in the gun? Colin Error, hello. Had to pop out this morning. How goes the investigation? It's challenging. We've made a lot of progress. I'm a little bit stumped at the moment, but we're starting to piece together some little bits. Investigation intensifies. I think that is a good description. We're getting lots of little bits to kind of piece together different timelines of where people were and what they were doing. Like we learned that we found a gun in Dave Carrington's room that had his prints on it, and also Shelley, Bill's secretary's prints on it, which is interesting because they don't really seem to know each other. And then I realized that we got enough information from other people to suggest that Dave was dropped off near Arlington College the night of the murder, and Shelley lives near Arlington College. So I think there's a very good chance that he was dropped off to go see her for whatever reason. And then possibly stayed there until after the murder, because he was seen hanging around the murders, or where the body was found after the body was found. And he was, quote, researching a paper, which is presumably his How to Commit the Perfect Crime paper. Derek Ironbutt says, I would really like to see how all these dialogue event triggers were coded. Seems like a lot of variables to keep track of. Yeah, for sure. I feel like generally, like, it seems like just picking the correct dialogue option unlocks something else. And then if you manage to go back to that thing you unlocked, you get some new dialogue or whatever. But yeah, definitely a lot of variables to keep track of for sure. Okay, so all right, let's we did that. Something else. Remember Dave saying it's something to do? We dropped him off 10 years ago. Okay. Let's continue doing our rounds. Again, we're just kind of going around, talking to everyone and seeing if we've unlocked any new questions to ask in this particular menu. Day of the murder, I went out of town on business and came back at around 11 o'clock. I was too tired to drive home, so I just slept here in the office. French Toast, please. Hello. Me, I'm here to lurk as a member of the Cremator fan club. Wonderful. It's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. So I hope you managed to get some rest. I'm excited to see you play more Tunic. It's been enjoyable to watch. Definitely recommend giving French Toast, please, a follow. Delightful streamer. Always a nice time over there. Did nap right after work. Fantastic. Let's see if I can sleep again soon. How is Murder Club? Murder Club's going pretty good. It's been a mixture of exciting progress followed by frustration of not knowing what to do next. But I feel like we're making a ton of progress overall. And I wonder if we might have enough information at this point to possibly get an arrest warrant. But I don't want to jump the gun on that. So I'm just... we're going back around and talking to everyone and making sure as well as we can that we didn't miss any questions to ask. Viva getting glasses. Yes, I did have an eye appointment today. The good news is I do not need bifocals yet. The bad news is it's probably not that far off. I am in the process of picking out frames. I think I found some frames I like, and they're not what I expected to like, but I'm excited about them. Very excited. Okay, information. Alibi, what's your alibi? The night of the murder, I was here working all night. Something else. It's probably unrelated, but the night of the murder, one of our guests stayed out past 2 a.m. A nervous man. His name is Glenn Axworthy. Let's go talk to Glenn. Do the frames have Garfield on them? No, they do not. Great idea, though. Are they Giant Star Elton John glasses? Also no. Now I feel like y'all are going to think they're boring, but I think they're pretty nice. Information. Alibi. So I did leave the hotel the night of the murder, but I didn't have anything to do with the murder. I just took a walk. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. This guy, Glenn, is a mystery. He travels for work and or hobby. It seems like he's had some dealings with people of interest, I believe, including Bill, but we don't really know in what way. Silver says it only matters what you think about them. They're going to sit on their face. For sure, for sure. Whoops. Missed a whole list. Bill Robbins' house. I'm just going to stick to talking to people right now. This is a place we can search, but I think we'll do researching places as a separate step. Alibi. Well, I guess I didn't go straight home. After the movie, I drove around for a little while. About an hour, I guess. Hinton says, no, it matters what I think also. Okay. That's fair. After the movie, I want to say the movie was at like 11. Let's find his sheet so we can double check on that. You know, it did occur to me throughout we've been playing this. I've been nervous because like the game has in various ways suggested there's stuff we could miss if we like rush ahead too much. And I keep thinking, oh, I wonder when that will come up. But I realized a little bit ago, like, that has more or less already happened. Because there's been bits of information that we would not have access to anymore if I had not written them down. For example, he previously told us that the movie ended at 11, which I wrote down. But he won't repeat that information if we ask his alibi now. So it's good that I've been thorough about writing things down. So we drove around for about an hour. So between 11 and midnight, he was driving around. Bill left the Hungry Fisherman, at 11:30. Who knows if these things have any connection to each other? Ask about the earrings again. They must be Janet's. Let's ask him about Susie and Shelley. She's the nurse over at Beckert's clinic. She's really beautiful, isn't she? Just gorgeous. Shelley McDonald. She used to be my brother's secretary. Marriage. There's someone I'm interested in, but he definitely seems very I feel like there's still plenty of evidence that he's interested in Susie, and that's who he wrote the letter to. I feel like that has to be correct. And I feel like there's lots of evidence that Bill was in a relationship with Susie as well. And also the long blonde hair wig was in the clinic where she works, shoved in a paper bag. And Bill was seen with a woman with long blonde hair. So I feel like that was probably her. I'm trying to, there's a little bit of, Dave Carrington apparently had some involvement with Shelley, our other person with the SM initials. But I feel like there's not anything to really suggest that has anything to do with Fred. I'm just trying to, think this stuff through to make sure I'm not overlooking something. Okay. Letter. Yes, I wrote the letter. But what does it have to do with the murder? Okay, so he flat out admits to writing the letter. So we know it's his letter, which I was already pretty sure that the game wanted us to understand that as fact. But, it's confirmed here. So he wrote the letter, which says, "I would kill for you," and is addressed to an SM. I still don't understand how this is not fairly strong evidence enough to get an arrest warrant for him. But it apparently is not. It is possible that we've found other stuff that would be adequate since we tried, though. Edward's alibi. There's nothing new here, but we'll keep checking everyone's alibi again. Mr. Robbins and Freddie were out, but I was home all night. When did they get in? I don't know. I must have been asleep. So, Fred, what was Fred up to? He told us the movie ended at 11, and then he drove around for an hour. So, I mean, I guess it's possible that that's fact. And, he was not involved with whatever his dad and Russell Thorpe were doing. I feel like unless Maple Mystery, hello. Wonderful to see you. Was deep in thought. Welcome. I hope y'all had a great stream. Things are getting serious here. Please tell us how your stream went. Altered Destiny, right. How has Altered Destiny been? Also, I occasionally think about your latest emote, which is just the best. Love that. But hello, everyone. I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing Murder Club, which is a game originally from 1986 by Rika Suzuki. It's a pretty well-known in Japan and very influential murder mystery game. And it's also considered by some to be one of the most difficult games ever made. It has certainly been a significant challenge. And things are starting to come together, but like there's so many pieces of information that we can't piece together yet. So there's been a lot of thinking and going over notes and stuff like that, which I really enjoy. Hello, Ron South Kayan. Let me know if I said that incorrectly. Welcome. Bill Kuhn, great to see you. Altered Destiny is strange and beautiful. Nice. Glad to hear it. So let's see. I'm trying to think of how to catch y'all up. I don't even know. There's so many little bits of information we've learned. So feel free to ask questions. But I think I'll just continue and do my best to explain things as I go along here. Currently what we're doing, I'm a little bit stumped at the moment. So I'm going through all the characters in the game, which we have now found every character that we can talk to, which is exciting. But I'm going back to all of them to make sure there aren't any new dialogue options that popped up that we might have missed. And then I'm also just kind of taking the time to review everyone's alibi, look at notes if it seems worthwhile, and just kind of reconsider all the information we have so far, which seems like a extremely important process to like do continually throughout this game if you really want to make sense of it. Colin says this game seems awesome and I kind of want to play it. Know if it's on GOG. Unfortunately, Murder Club is a little tricky to get a hold of. It is not on GOG. There have been multiple like remakes of it over the years, but the availability of those remakes is not great. For example, like there's a English language version of the iPhone port, but for whatever reason, it's not available in the US. I don't know why. I think even the most recent remake was like fully voiced and stuff. Like I think when I'm done with this, I will spend some time like trying to figure out if there's any way I can get a hold of that version, because I would love to check it out just to kind of see, like, they've redone the art multiple times over the years. But yeah, if you'd like to play it, we can chat more about that on Discord later. Just saying how this game intimidated me. It's definitely a challenge, but I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Because you don't speak English over there. Yeah, I suppose that's the reason. I already have so much to play. Maybe I'll hold out for now. Fair. Okay, so this is the Robbins housekeeper, who's kind of like a member of the family. And she told us that Edward Robbins and Fred Robbins were out the night of the murder, but she doesn't know when they got in. So I was just thinking about whether this tells us anything about whether they were together when they were out. And I think at this point, we don't have any reason to believe they were, but it is certainly possible. Fred was allegedly at the movie theater. Edward was with Russell Thorpe, who we've found out a lot of information about Russell Thorpe's whereabouts the night of the murder. He was almost certainly at the church, possibly also at the cemetery. And then, shoot, what was the last thing? There was mention of seeing him somewhere else. Shit. I should have put that in my main notebook. Who told us about that? Dang it. Well, I'm not going to worry about it too much right now, but basically we started to gather information about like the path that Russell Thorpe took, but not enough to really do anything with that yet. But I think we'll get there eventually. And then it seems like Edward Robbins was also with him for at least part of the time. Like, we're pretty sure they met up at the church, but we can't find any way to like dig into that. Like, if we ask them both their alibi again, they just give us what we already knew. Whereas sometimes if you spot a contradiction like that and then, you know, confront them with this one of the, you know, contradictory bits of information, you'll get, you know, a new statement from them. But in this case, that doesn't seem to be working. Okay. Something else. The night of the murder, I called Janet. Right. She was sobbing and barely coherent, but she kept insisting everything was okay. It was just awful. So yeah, this is something that's been very interesting since it came up, because it suggests Janet knew something was going on the night of the murder before the murder took place. She was upset for some reason. My assumption is that she found out Bill was cheating on her or something. But then a new thing we found out tonight is that a month before the murder, she got a $10 million life insurance policy on Bill. So that's a little suspicious. And I do kind of wonder if that new information might be enough to get an arrest warrant for her, to bring her in for interrogation. We will definitely try that in the near future at some point tonight. We also have Fred's a little suspicious, though we haven't gotten a lot of new information about him tonight. I don't think we've gotten much since we last tried to get an arrest warrant for him. And then Dave Carrington, who is Janet's twin brother, has become increasingly suspicious. We found a gun in his closet. The gun has his fingerprints on it and also the fingerprints of Shelley McDonald, who was Bill's secretary. As far as we know, they didn't really know each other. And they're also not admitting to, you know, having, you know, been together, used this gun in any way. And then I also managed to piece together that on the night of the murder, Dave was dropped off by his friends near Arlington College. And then I realized, oh, Shelley lives near Arlington College. So I am fairly convinced that he was dropped off there so he could go see Shelley. But we don't know why. And then he quite possibly also stayed there until after the murder took place, because after that point he was seen in the area where the body was found, supposedly researching a paper about how to commit the perfect crime. At least we assume that's the one. So she could put a hand on his gun, obviously. Yeah. This is the Robbins house. I'm just thinking. Let's bring in... Oh, there's no one else around right now. Okay. Carson's house. I think I'm going to go ahead and do this right now. Let's show our warrant and do another search of this place. Nothing here. In the closet are heaps of dresses, tacky dresses. You spot nothing suspicious. We're doing this because I believe this is the one place where we have not found anything after getting a warrant. But we have reason to believe, basically the game outright telling us, that throughout the game we might kind of like unlock the ability to find new clues that we missed the first time around. Found nothing of interest. This is Doug and Judy's room. No, that's Michael and Kate's guest bedroom. You search every nook and cranny of the room but find nothing. Kitchen. The smell of freshly baked cake pervades the kitchen. Nothing. Okay. Let's talk to everybody here. Get a warrant from the fashion police. Alibi. I was at home the whole evening. Something else. There is something. The night Bill was murdered, I heard someone leave the house. I think it was around 10:30. I couldn't help but notice it. I believe this was her husband, Doug, leaving the house. Originally, he did not admit to that, but we eventually, I think it was Joe Carrington that saw him out and about around that time period. So once we confronted him with that information, he admitted it to us. He said that he was going to meet someone, but we have not been able to get that information, who he was going to meet exactly. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Let's bring in Doug. Alibi. I did go out that night. I guess I forgot. I had promised to meet someone. Who was I supposed to meet? Well, let's try asking about others. I kind of suspect it could have been Edward and or Thorpe. Honestly, it could have been so many different people. Another thing we learned tonight is Brian Ayler, who is a writer, who has been kind of struggling lately, recently came into a large sum of money and has been spending it quite generously. We do not know yet how he got that money, but it seems a little suspicious. Never met him. Edward Robbins is a remarkable man. He's contributed more to the business community than anyone in town. Another rare person that thinks highly of Edward. Russell Thorpe. He's the owner of the Gaslight movie theater. He's a very good businessman. What's your alibi? I did go out that night. Okay, we did that already. Something else. Do you have any something else? I hate to say this, but Bill really flaunted his extramarital affairs. I wonder whether it had something to do with his death. Same, buddy, same. Stephen, people say he's a very good doctor. What about Glenn? Glenn's a mystery. Okay. Judy is our last person to talk to here. What's your alibi? I was feeling under the weather. There was a party the night before. You know how that is. I spent the entire evening in bed. Something else. It's probably beside the point, but I wasn't feeling well the night of the murder, so I called Dr. Beckert's office, but nobody answered. Nobody was at his house either. Right. So there's been a lot of talk of a red tie club, which was a group of people 20 years ago that would get together, put on their best red ties, and talk about murder mysteries. The organizers, we eventually found a list of members of this club. We learned that the organizers were Russell Thorpe, and who owns the movie theater in town, and Stephen Beckert, who's like the town doctor. Also in the club were Edward Robbins, the father of the murder victim, and someone named Henry Klein. Martha Carrington's first husband, according to her, was in this club, so it's possible that Henry Klein was her first husband, but we have not been able to verify that. I also at some point came to the conclusion that Doug Carson was probably in this club. I think mostly just due to the fact that he left the house at some point, and it seemed like it was around the time period when specifically Russell and Edward met up at Russell's house. But there's also kind of suggestions that like the doctor was also out doing something that night. So I kind of feel like maybe he was also meeting up with this group. So yeah, like we don't have a lot to clarify this yet, but I do kind of wonder if like the Red Tie Club is meeting up again, or maybe they've continued to meet up this whole time. It's all very strange, and I don't know how it relates to anything. But there's enough about it in the game that it seems important. I think that's all we can get out of her right now. Should we ask her about anyone? Edward? He has a reputation for ruthlessness. More than one company doing business with him has been forced into bankruptcy. Russell. He and Edward have been friends since they were children. Stephen. That doctor, he's one of a kind. Always ready to lend a helping hand. You know, he took in the daughter of a friend of his who died. We did know that. Though the circumstances are still a bit mysterious. Okay. What's next? Beckert's clinic. What does he say about the scalpel? Don't be idiotic. Of course I have a number of different scalpels. I don't remember hearing that statement from him before. Surely I asked him about the scalpel already. The scalpel he's referring to, we found in his home, in his study, I believe, a scalpel that was like wrapped up in cloth. His sort of unofficially adopted daughter thought that was strange. She said that's the only time he's ever brought home a scalpel from the clinic. And, you know, certainly seems like an odd thing to do. We had that analyzed at the crime lab, and for reasons that aren't entirely clear, it is suggested that it could have possibly been the murder weapon. As far as we know, Bill was stabbed in the back with a knife. So it's unclear how a scalpel that seems to be much smaller would fit with that. I don't know if maybe it's being suggested that like the scalpel was used to like create a wound that looked like it was done with a larger weapon. I just had the thought. The gun. What if... I don't know how Shelley would have gotten the gun in the first place. Oh, maybe Dave gave her the gun. What if Dave gave her the gun, she shot Bill, but then he was given this fake stab wound with the scalpel to make it look like he was killed in a different way? Which I had, this kind of popped in my head earlier, and I was like, well, you know, if he was shot, like, that'd be obvious, right? But this fucking guy was the coroner. So he could have just, you know, covered that up. And, they got a fake stab wound to, show any, police officers who are inquiring about this or whatever. So like that's enough to make it look like the story he's giving is correct. This is like a little bit wild, but it's like it's kind of pieces a lot of stuff together. It would be easy to do after the target is dead. Yeah. Let's see. So Dave was dropped off near Arlington at around 10 and continued to be in that area until after the murder. So I feel like that potentially fits. We still don't know. Bill left the Hungry Fisherman at 11:30, and he was killed at approximately 1 a.m. And then the body was found at 2 a.m. We don't know what he did after leaving the Hungry Fisherman. We don't know where he was killed. So there's still a lot to fill in there. But, like, so far we don't have anything there that contradicts this theory. Let's see, what else do we know? The body was brought in to Arlington, outside the gates of Arlington, where it was found in a car that appeared to be blue. And it was put into a different car, which we don't have a description of, which continues to frustrate me. There's so much different stuff here. Like, I'm just different things keep popping in my head, and I'm like, quickly trying to, analyze them and think, does this fit? Does this contradict anything? Like Fred Robbins, for example. We found a letter from him saying to someone with the initials SM, which could be either Shelley McDonald or Susie McNally, saying, "I would kill for you," which sounds super suspicious, but it doesn't mean he did kill for her. It doesn't mean that he meant that like literally. So I kind of wonder. I feel like at this point, out of our suspects, Fred has the least evidence to back it up. And for a long time, I felt confident that Dave was somehow involved. For a while, I thought maybe it was just his paper on how to commit the perfect crime. Maybe that had been taken and kind of used as a blueprint. But now I feel like maybe he was a little more directly involved. But that still seems to add up. But then Janet, what's this? Like, if I'm right that Shelley shot him and that was all covered up by the doctor, then how does Janet's insurance policy fit in? Oh. What if God, what if, like, I mean, we keep joking about it, but I kind of wonder if, like, all these people, like, a lot of these people were basically involved in the murder and, like, the planning of it and everything. Like, so if Bill was cheating on Janet and then, you know, obviously Janet was unhappy about that, what if she conspired with Shelley to murder him and, you know, got all these other people to help, and maybe they were kind of all split the insurance money in the end? Which again was $10 million, a pretty notable sum. Plenty to go around. It's an interesting game design problem when all the characters could be lying to you. Yeah, I really like this game, and I'm so curious to see how this is going to actually come together. But I kind of feel good about this theory. Like Janet knew something was going on. Like it's possible all she knew was, you know, that Bill was cheating on her. But it kind of seemed like she maybe knew something bad was going to happen. She was very upset and, you know, reassuring herself that everything was going to be okay. But she was also allegedly in her room the whole night of the murder. And so far, we haven't really found anything to contradict that. And also, you know, like, obviously, you get a big insurance policy on your husband, and then he turns up dead a month later. And, you know, if there's anything pointing to you having done the murder, it's not going to look good, right? So this, like, as wild as it is, like, this whole plot to get a bunch of people to get rid of this guy, you know, kind of seems like a workable solution to that whole problem. The murder club is everyone as they join to do the murder. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to asking questions, I guess. What does he say about the wig? That doesn't belong to me. Didn't go anywhere. Scalpel. What does he say about the Red Tie Club? I don't know anything, says one of the organizers of the Red Tie Club. Nothing in particular. He's very guarded. He does not give us a lot of info. He won't even tell us his blood type. Okay. Let's leave. And go to his house. Alibi. Didn't go anywhere that night. She's kind of suspicious when we ask her about the wig. Father died of cardiac arrest when I was only 4 years old. It was just after he moved into town. Right. And that is basically 20 years ago, which is a little weird. Like, it seems like something happened 20 years ago that was connected to the Red Tie Club. And now I'm thinking at this point, like, you know, I was just saying a minute ago, it seemed like the Red Tie Club was maybe meeting up recently. I kind of think they were 20 years ago committing a different murder. We don't have enough information about this death 20 years ago. But just the timing more than anything has always seemed a little suspicious. you say about marriage? I'm not ready to get married yet. Besides, there's no one for me. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could interpret that sentence in multiple ways. But I kind of take that as, she was having an affair with Bill, but now he's dead. Scalpel. Funny, isn't it? That's the only time I remember Stephen bringing a scalpel home from the hospital. Something else. Nothing in particular. Archist Jack, hello. I used to murder alone, but I started to plateau. Then I learned there was a club. A murder club, if you will. Exactly. Susie. Oh, this is Susie. Excuse me. I meant to ask about Shelley. Don't know her. Stephen. My father and Stephen were close friends. When my father died, Stephen was good enough to help take care of me. He helped me get a nursing license. He's been just like a father to me. Like, now that we have this theory that the Red Tie Club murdered her father for whatever reason, like, I almost feel like he took her in out of guilt. And the fact that he allegedly died of a cardiac arrest makes me think that, the doctor, who again is one of the organizers of the Red Tie Club, was involved in that, in faking a cardiac arrest. Okay. But like, so much of that is just like making notable leaps of logic. Like, there's some bits that we have evidence to pull together, but not nearly enough to make like a case out of it. Okay, what's next? Brian Ayler's house. Alibi. Telling you the truth, I was a bit drunk, so I went to bed immediately. I don't know anything about Bill Robbins' murder. Bank book. Everybody has a bank book. Why shouldn't I have one too? Are you implying that there's something wrong with it? Yeah, I just want to know where you got all this money. Knife? A knife? Marriage. It's not really something I'm proud of, but my wife ran out on me. With me being an artist, our lifestyles just didn't match. Sure. Something else. Nothing in particular. Do you want to ask about anyone? Bill. Nothing to say that would be worth your time or mine. Yes, it's true that we've talked a couple of times over at the Hungry Fisherman, but that's about it. Edward. Never even met him. What about Stephen? Don't know him. Okay. Lyric Store is the last one here. Information. Alibi. Closed up the store at 8 o'clock as always and did some scrubbing up. I was home by 9. This guy is not really suspicious at all from what I can tell. Knife disappeared 2 or 3 days before the murder, and when I heard that Bill Robbins was stabbed, I got real worried. Nothing out of the ordinary. Don't know him. Russell. Just know that he owns the Gaslight movie theater. Okay. A knife was stolen from Lyric's store 2 or 3 days before the murder. I feel it is strongly suggested that that is the knife we found, but we do not know for sure. Again, we found a knife in Bill's kitchen, Bill and Janet's kitchen, like in a cupboard or something. And it had type AB blood on it, which matched Bill's blood type. So that's kind of all we have there. Carrington's house, alibi. Oh, right. This is the house where we found the pistol and the life insurance. We've already asked everybody about both of those. though I might go through them again real quick. Was home all evening. My husband came in at about 11 o'clock. Okay. Interesting. This is the Carringtons, right? Yeah. So her husband, Joe, is not a fan of Bill at all. And the timing of coming home at 11 kind of suggests he might have met up with like Russell and Edward and all them. But it's kind of hard to say. There's no pistol in this house, she says. How's your marriage? My first husband lived in this town briefly, a long time ago. Okay. Okay. I feel like her first husband had to have been Henry Klein, but we still haven't found any way to like verify that. Red Tie Club. My first husband was a member of the Red Tie Club. Let's bring in Janet. Alibi. Didn't go anywhere. Nobody came here. I was alone the whole time. Earrings. Earrings? I've got dozens of pairs. Life insurance. I'm tired now. Please come back some other time. Life insurance? Wow, I'm so sleepy. I've been told that my father died when we were just babies. He didn't leave anything behind, not a trace. And my mother threw out every picture, every memento when she married my stepfather. Oh. I don't think we've seen this dialogue before. Shit. Did he get murdered by the Red Tie Club? Wait. Is it possible that her biological father and Susie's father are the same person? Let me write this down real quick. And then I'm going to look at some notes here. Father died when they were just babies. So that matches up with 20 years ago. She and her brother are twins, and they're 21 years old. Didn't leave anything behind. Mother threw out everything. When she married stepdad. Okay. Okay, so... Okay. She was born in Boston 21 years ago. Sarah, Doug. So let's see. We don't have any real information about who her father was or who Susie's father was. Susie is 24, born in Pennsylvania. Her father died of cardiac arrest when she was 4, just after he moved to town. I mean, this could be two different people, but they both died 20 years ago, basically. She was born in Pennsylvania, but that doesn't necessarily rule out that he moved to Boston. Or yeah. Bill Coon says, they say Bill was killed. Reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're doing well. Or at least alive. I hope you are doing well. Heck. I'm trying to think of how we can investigate this to follow up on this theory. I do think it's worth questioning Susie again. She said she has no family. Her parents both died. Like I'm trying to think about like if she was 4 when her dad died and had 2 siblings that were born, I guess, when she was 3. Like, that's young enough that, I mean, because, like, Susie, it seems suggested from what I can tell that Susie was, living with her dad when he died, and also that Janet and Dave were living with their dad when he died. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's something here, but there's not enough to make sense of it yet. We'll question Susie thoroughly when we get to her. Marriage. All I wanted was for us to be together. I was so happy when we were together. Let's ask her about Susie. I don't know her. Look, I'm tired. I can't think straight. Can we do this some other time? About Shelley. She used to be Bill's secretary. That's all I know. I can't believe we missed asking about her father. Knife. A knife? I don't know anything about a knife. Something else. What do you mean? What sort of thing? Oh, shoot. Sorry. My mistake. You didn't really miss much, just some text. But I appreciate the heads up. Okay. I think that's kind of all we can get out of her right now. Family. I used to have a husband. Now I'm left with a father, mother, and brother. I'm just thinking about like blood types and stuff. Is there anything we could piece together based on blood types? We have no way to know what Janet's or Susie's biological father's blood type would have been at this point, at least. So I don't know that that's worth considering at all. All right. What does she say about Russell? He's a friend of my father-in-law's. Okay, let's bring in Dave. Alibi. I left Alan and his girlfriend at about 10 o'clock. After that, I just took a walk and then headed back home. Oh, okay, so he does say he headed back home. But he lied once, or at least he left out important information. So for all we know, he's lying about coming back home. I think kind of all we know about that is that he was seen at Arlington after the murder. We don't know exactly what time after the murder, I don't think. Pistol. There's nothing worth talking about. Just a pistol for self-defense. I don't know anything about any insurance policy. About father. I barely remember what he looked like. Something else. No. Very straight to the point. Okay. Let's ask him about Susie. I've seen her with Bill at the Hungry Fisherman. Oops. Meant to pick Shelley. She used to be Bill's secretary. She's a very reliable, bright woman and nice too. And working for a jerk like that. Okay. That was the Carringtons. So Russell's next. Alibi. Edward left here at about 10 o'clock, and then I went to bed. And then, interestingly, Edward told us, or somebody told us, I think, that Edward got home at 11. So there's like an hour gap there. You know, assuming the information we currently have is even correct. Marriage. Marriage? Never. Red Tie Club. It was just for fun. No big deal. Just a bunch of buddies who shared a common interest. Normal stuff. Don't worry about it. If we ask him about the list of members of the Red Tie Club, he's like, well, none of my business, but I'll tell you what I know. You must have heard about Bill having affairs. Well, he was fooling around a lot. We still don't know. We only have good evidence of him having an affair with presumably Susie. Specifically with a woman who appeared to have long blonde hair. And also had the initials SM. Those aren't necessarily the same person, but Susie has the initials SM, and we found a wig where she works with long blonde hair. Yeah, I think we're pretty much done here. Let's try asking about Edward. Let's ask about everyone in the Red Tie Club. So, Edward and I have known each other since we were in school together. Stephen Beckert. He's a friend of mine. Doug Carson, who may or may not be involved. There's a rumor going around that the Lee Cosmetics company is in big trouble. We can't ask about Henry Klein. We already asked about Edward, right? Yeah, okay. Shelley McDonald's house. Alibi. I don't know. Nobody came here and I didn't go out. Are you sure that Dave Carrington didn't come here? I kind of think he did. He and Janet are twins. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't want to switch places with her. What a miserable thing to happen. It's not fair, is it? Susie. I don't know her very well. Stephen. He's the Robbins family physician and a friend of Edward Robbins. It's interesting that we can bring in person. There's a couple places where we can do that, where There's no one to bring in. How confident are you in achieving arrest quest tonight at this point? You've learned so much, and yet the burden of arrest evidence seems so high. I'm still determined, but I mean, it's starting to get late, so there's a possibility I will have to admit defeat. But I have a pretty good amount of confidence that we could arrest someone. Suspects we have are Janet, Fred. We've tried to get an arrest warrant for him already, and we haven't really gotten any new evidence. So I think I'm not gonna follow up on that. Dave seems like a possibility, and then Shelley. But aside from having Shelley's prints on a weapon that at this point does not appear to have been anything remotely like the murder weapon, I doubt we could arrest her. So I feel like Janet or Dave is our best bet at getting an arrest. I'm trying to decide who I would try first. Janet has a pretty good motive of both being cheated on and, you know, she got this $10 million life insurance policy a month ago. So, you know, she can get rid of this guy that wronged her and also benefit significantly financially. And then Dave, he's just very interested in crime. Wrote a paper about how to do crime real good. We found a gun with his prints on it. That doesn't necessarily mean that much. But also kind of his whereabouts during the time of the murder are suspicious. So yeah, I think Janet is the best bet. And my thought is that we probably need to arrest multiple people. And we probably, my hunch is that the way this game is designed, we have to arrest incorrect people before we get to the correct person. And like, you know, we get a bunch of evidence that points toward a person. We bring them in for questioning. We get a bunch of new information. And then, you know, that leads us to arresting someone else. And my guess is that's going to happen at least a couple times before we get to the actual murderer. Forget if you tried to get any warrants unsuccessfully for any of them. You probably have. I believe the only person, well, we definitely tried to get an arrest warrant for Fred Robbins after we found the letter saying, "I would kill for you," which seemed like pretty strong evidence. But that was not good enough. I think I also tried someone else very early on just to kind of gauge the game's expectations of us, but I can't remember. It might have been Janet, because she's seemed like a possible suspect for a while. Scarf. I don't know. That's referring to a bloody scarf we found in her room with type AB blood on it, which matches Bill's. So if she shot Bill, then that scarf might have been used to, you know, try to stop the bleeding. maybe she was initially trying to save his life, or maybe she was just trying to, make sure blood didn't get everywhere. But I feel like that piece of evidence fits with my current theory as well. Yeah, we've mostly focused on search warrants, which are much, much easier to get. As far as I can tell, for a search warrant, you just need something like some contradictory information, or something that's a little bit fishy. Okay. Marriage. Don't want to marry anybody. If you knew about my sister's marriage, you'd understand. Little bit of themes of men are trash in this one, which fair. Oops, didn't mean to go back in. St. Andrew's Church. I don't think this guy's going to give us much, but we'll check. I was here, of course. Sorry, that can't be of any help to you, but I don't know anything about the Red Tie Club. Something else. Okay, the night of the murder, I heard the sound of a car coming from the graveyard. Very unusual at that late hour. I hope it's not related to Bill Robbins' murder. So my thought is that that's Robert Thorpe. Like, he did something at the graveyard for whatever reason. I'm just trying to think about what could that possibly be. Did something at the graveyard for whatever reason, and then came to the church and met with Edward Robbins. So I feel like the elaborating on the theory I'm putting together here, my hunch is that well, no. I was gonna say that maybe the murder actually was not premeditated, but I don't think that makes sense. I think it was planned, especially with the whole life insurance detail. But regardless, I feel like after the murder took place, various people were, going about their activities to cover it up, basically. His churchman didn't wipe the blood off their face. Yeah, he's got a little red on there. I think it's just some stray pixels. Thank you for the loon. Okay, so that's it for and both the church and the graveyard have this leave this place option, which, at least in the hotel, lets you go to a different room. So I can't help but think we can eventually unlock some new areas in the church and the graveyard. I just don't know how to accomplish that. Let's ask about others. Edward. I think we've already done this a million times, but Russell. I'm not going to bother to read all these unless it seems like there's something new. Susie, her father is buried in the cemetery behind the church. She goes there often to put flowers on his grave. I feel like that's got to be something we can investigate somehow. And that would be extremely helpful information to know anything about Susie's father, I think. I'm just trying to think of what we could possibly do to unlock that. We've tried search warrants for the church and the cemetery, even though it doesn't seem like we'd need a search warrant to look around, and there's no show warrant option in the menus for those locations. So I feel like that's not the correct way to accomplish this. Look around. A peaceful aura fills the chapel. Leave this place. You're already there. Look around. There are a few people in the area. Yeah, I don't know. Cemetery. Look around. Cold wind is blowing. Go inside. Look around. Everywhere you look, there are graves. Say hello. Any new leads? Alibi. It was the psych. Yeah. Old news. Red Tie Club. If only there were a membership list. There is. We found it. Excuse me. As they say, there's more to this case than meets the eye. And here again is this leave this place option. And this one actually brings up a menu, but it just has cemetery for now. You are already there. Let's ask about Dave. He's in one of my classes. He's a top-notch student. He just completed an impressive research paper entitled To Commit the Perfect Crime. Good for him. Let's ask about Russell. Never met him. I don't think this guy knows that many of the people here. Yeah. Arlington College. Look around. Vast and beautiful. Look around. You notice a rather ugly bust of the college's founder. That description is interesting to me. Like, so? Is this just pointing out a goofy detail we happen to notice? Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? That's probably been there since the beginning of the game. So, I was just talking about this leave this place option. Like, I was very confused about it for a long time because in a couple locations, it like doesn't do anything. Like, I was just showing you the cemetery and the church. So like early on, I tried it when I noticed it. And I kind of came to the conclusion that it was there. So there's like a couple like office buildings where you have a lobby area and then you go into someone's office. And I just came to the conclusion that this was there so you could go back out to the lobby, which didn't really seem that useful. So I very quickly stopped thinking much about it. In this case, I assumed that leave this place would take us back, outside in that first scene we came into, as opposed to a completely different scene we had never seen. And this is the second time I've just like tried it and found something that, has been there a long time. Crime scene. The scene of the crime had been thoroughly cleaned. You see nothing that would indicate that such an incredibly brutal murder had been committed here. Search for clues. You light up a cigarette and take a look around. You can't find any clues and aren't hit with any great inspiration. Don't find anything of value to the case. Okay. So that's interesting. There's absolutely nothing here. But the game has warned us that there are things we can miss. What if there was evidence here and I missed it and it's gone forever now? I don't know how likely that is. Maybe earlier it's still kind of active as a scene. Yeah. Exactly. Does it feel like a game that would do that? Yeah, it 100% does. I mean, the manual states it quite clearly that we need to be careful not to rush because there's things we could miss permanently. Like, it doesn't say it in those exact words, but it very much gives that impression that if we're rushing through the game, we will miss things that we will not be able to go back to. And if there was something here at the very beginning of the game, then I would basically have to start over. Which is, it's an option. Yeah, when I'm done with my current objective here, I am going to start a new game, and we'll come straight here as soon as we can and see what we can find. I think it's unlocked immediately. Oh, man. Had the night shift. I was finishing my rounds about 2 a.m. when I noticed the car. Didn't know about the Red Tie Club. Seems that Mr. Robbins was killed somewhere else and then dumped in that car. That's what the coroner was saying. The victim was a big man. I don't know if one person could handle that alone. The most annoying thing about finding that new scene, I thought, we'll finally find out if this is the white Taurus, the white Ford that have been aware of for the entire game. I've been assuming it is, but it seemed like there was no way to confirm that. And still, there doesn't seem to be a way to confirm it. Something else. Right about the time I found Mr. Robbins, I heard a car screeching off. I couldn't get a good look at it, but I'd say it was blue. Beat that dang Donkey Island in 12 minutes. What a rusher. It was actually 14:27, I think. I would love to get a 12-minute time. I bet I could do it. Finding the body. I had a weird gut feeling, so I went to take a look inside. When I opened the car door, the body fell on me. Geez, was I surprised. The whole weird gut feeling is a little odd. I previously had not thought too much of it, but now that we've got this theory that a large number of people in this town were in on the murder, it does make me think maybe he was tipped off. Maybe they wanted the body to be found around that time. Or maybe they just wanted... Maybe they wanted it to be found by him specifically because he was in on it. And, if they were trying to cover up the way the murder was actually done, then it would make sense that they would, want to have the body found by someone they trust and that is in on it. I don't know. This theory is so wild, but it makes a lot of sense, and it pulls together so many little things that it's hard to not continue to think about it. Okay, leave the scene. We're almost done here. We just have the Robbins parking lot. This is the lot where the white Ford was stolen from. Alibi. Finished my shift at 8 o'clock, changed clothes and went home. What can I tell you? I lead a dull life. Something else. Don't go saying I told you this, but Bill Robbins was a cutthroat businessman. Made a lot of enemies. Matter of fact, he and the real estate agent had a nasty argument a couple of days before Mr. Robbins was killed. Still don't know entirely what to make of that. We know the real estate agent is Joe Carrington, Janet's stepdad. And we know he doesn't like Bill. He never liked Bill. White Taurus for us. Yeah. Leave this place. Yeah, this is another location. I think this was the primary location that taught me to ignore leave this place. Because I remember very clearly trying it here and thinking it would take me back to the previous screen, but then it just says you are already here. So I was like, what? I don't understand what this is supposed to do. And I just stopped trying. We look around here. It's an enormous lot. Okay. Think of how many places we need to leave this place in now. I think I've covered them all at this point. Wherever you go, there you are. Exactly. All right, let's save. 15. Yes, please analyze. Collecting evidence, 62. General investigation, still 97. Vital information, 63. I think that might be a slight increase. Total investigation, 53. We definitely have not made too much progress since the last save. Okay. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we're going to start the game over and see what happens. Back in a couple minutes. Okay. I'm so curious what's going to happen here. Efton said, speed run. I wonder if you still have to talk to everyone to trigger flags. Yes, absolutely. If I have to start the game over, I will have to go through and very tediously go through every single dialogue option again. And like throughout the game, like existing dialogue options get updated with new information, which is not visually indicated in any way. So it'd be a tedious process. I'm pretty sure if we have to do that, I will just do it off stream. And if any point, if I got to something different, then I would, stop and continue on stream. But I don't know how likely that is. All right. I'm just going to quit. Like I could load my first save, but I'm just going to quit and completely start over. I wish OBS wouldn't do that. Whenever I select a window to capture, it just picks some random window and puts it on stream. That was just my notes. I don't think it was, yeah, just a bunch of crap. Alternate timeline JB go. Okay, CD murder. I do enjoy typing this every time I start the game. In Club E. At least we get to enjoy the title screen again. Giant Bomb link. Yeah, Giant Bomb has a nice little bio for Rika Suzuki. I will share that if you'd like to read it. I did read that on the first stream. So if you're there, you've already heard the information. All right, here we go. How's the investigation going? You know, you're the only guy who can solve this case without all hell breaking loose, says Catherine with a smile. I'm not going to read everything. I'm specifically reading this because I keep wondering if the original arrest warrant we have was ever pointed out to us by the game. Well, Harold, are you making any progress at all? Don't just stand there like a fool. Go out and solve the damn case. Harold, don't you think you're going a bit too far, trying to get a warrant without doing any groundwork? That's funny that it has a specific response to trying to do that immediately. All right. So, Arlington College. Look around. Vast and beautiful. Good to see you, Inspector, says the security guard by the gate. Leave this place. Crime scene. Here it is. The scene of the crime had been thoroughly cleaned. You see nothing that would indicate that such an incredibly brutal murder had been committed here. Search. You light up a cigarette and take a look around. You can't find any clues and aren't hit with any great inspiration. Whew. You don't find anything of value to the case. So here's my thought now with this scene. I think at some point we will learn something about this crime scene. And then we'll be able to come back here and find something. But I don't think we've learned that yet. So I think we're okay. It's certainly possible that we missed something here at a different point in the game. But I don't think we've ever learned anything that would suggest that is the case. Look at that red. We must be in Manhunter. Find something in a little tree hollow you missed before or something. Yeah, or like my thought is, like I assume this is the car the body was found in. So like maybe we learn about something being stashed somewhere in the car or something like that. Just like in a super non-obvious place. Okay. That's a relief. I did not want to have to start the game entirely over. Let's load 15. Shoot, I did save. Yeah, I saved right before we did that. Okay. Stash there in the Taurus for us to find. Yes. So where does that leave us now? I had some notes. There were some things we were going to do. Oh, right. We were going to try searching some places we had searched already again. I feel like I had something else I was going to follow up on that I just completely lost now. If anyone thinks they might remember what that was, feel free to remind me. But for now, I'm going to go to... I kind of think we already did this, but I'm going to do it again. We're going to search the Carson's house. Yeah, nothing here. Let's go to places we have a search warrant for but have not checked out in a while. We don't have a warrant for any of those. Bill Robbins' house is the first one I was thinking of, so let's start here. Don't find anything of interest. Bill and Janet's room. This is where we found the earrings initially. Nothing else. We didn't find anything in the study before. It looks as though nothing in the room has been touched for weeks. Nothing relevant to the case here. Kitchen is where we found the bloody knife. Nothing else here. Edward Robbins. Nothing. It's a nondescript room. Nothing relevant to the case. Tarot cards. On the top of the deck is the death card, face up. Nothing of interest. You examine all the knives in the drawers. None of them matches the murder weapon. And that's it. Carson's house, we were just there. Beckert's clinic, we'll check there again. Find nothing but People magazines in here. Can we take one? No. Oh, we're at the front desk already. Consulting room. Past the reception room is the consultation room. Make a concentrated search, but turn up nothing. I think the exam room is where we found the wig in a brown paper bag. Nothing relevant to the case. I went back to our current save. So we were back where we were before I restarted. Stephen Becker's house. I keep wanting to do this look around repeatedly, but I don't know if that's actually anything that is worth doing more than once. It's unclear to me. No clues here. Stephen's room. Nothing else relevant to the case. I think that's where we found the scalpel initially. Susie's room. You take a look around, but don't find anything of interest. Susie, oh right. The other thing I forgot about that we were going to follow up on was this theory that possibly Susie's dad and Janet and Dave's dad are the same person. Which is definitely a stretch, but it seems possible. So, in order to investigate that, about father. My father died of cardiac arrest when I was only 4 years old. It was just after he moved into town. I can't remember if we're given a cause of death for Janet and Dave's dad. There's Dave. I don't have any notes for Dave about his dad. Alibi. I didn't go anywhere that night. Wig. I don't know. Automobile. I don't have a car. Scalpel. Same story there. Nothing in particular. I only talked to him once when he came to the clinic to have his appendix removed. I wish I could be of more help. So her story is that she did not know Bill at all. But I don't trust this information. I don't have a lot to back that up other than a hunch. One thing that kind of stood out to me, if we ask about Barbara, who again is the housekeeper of Edward Robbins, she kind of became part of the family and was a father to Fred. But someone who doesn't know the family would not necessarily know all that. So I felt like this statement was a little weird given her story. Mrs. Davis didn't seem to like Bill much. When he was in the clinic for the appendectomy, she didn't visit him once. I don't even think she called. Like, if she's just a housekeeper, why would she? So to me, this suggests that she knew more about Bill than she's admitting to. But who knows? Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Edward. He stops by sometimes to see Stephen. You know, I think he actually came by the night of the murder. Did we know that? My notes just say stops by to see Stephen. Nothing about the night of the murder. Including night of murder. Okay. That's very interesting. Can you tell me more? My father and Stephen were close friends. When my father died, Stephen was close enough to help take care of me. Was good enough to help take care of me. He helped me get a nursing license. He's been just like a father to me. Russell, he's a friend of Stephen's. Now that you mention it, I remember that the night of the murder, Stephen said he was going to Mr. Thorpe's house. I think that's new also. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Okay. Okay. Hinton says, oh no, my workday is over. What a shame. Miss you already, workday. Rip to your workday, Hinton. So we definitely want to go talk to Ed and possibly Thorpe again. Like, there's a ton of little bits suggesting that the Red Tie Club members were all getting together, along with possibly some other people. I think we're done here. Okay, let's see. The thing I was doing was going back through everyone's place that we have a search warrant for. I think I want to continue that before I follow up with Ed and Thorpe, so I don't lose track of what I was doing. VCR and TV are brand new. Isn't this guy supposed to be a starving writer, you ask yourself? Unfortunately, we can't take the VCR. Study. Don't find anything relevant to the case. Lyric store. No reason to go there. Carrington's house. Show our warrant. No clues. No leads. Don't find anything relevant to the case. Nothing relevant to the case. Nothing. You give it a good look, but still no luck. Kitchen. Besides few dirty dishes, you find nothing. Can we take the dirty dishes? No. Looks like a Pikachu face down on her bed. I missed it. Was that in Janet's room? The nurse's bed. Okay. I want to see the Pikachu. I'm very curious. That? I mean, I can kind of see it, but not really. I can't tell what that's supposed to be exactly. Okay, where were we? I think we finished Carrington, so Russell Thorpe's. I love this description. Your instincts tell you that there's something hidden in the fireplace. Your instincts are wrong. Now you're covered with soot and no closer to solving the case. Very good description. Nothing relevant. He's laying down. He can't see his tail and ears. Sure. Shelley's house. Nothing relevant. Church, cemetery, Arlington, Robbins parking lot. Okay, so that's everything. So let's go talk to Ed and Thorpe again. I'm going to start with Ed. And let's ask his alibi. I already told you I was at Thorpe. Stop badgering me. I know my rights. So yeah, the thing we're trying to follow up on is learning that he stopped by to see Steven the night of the murder. So let's ask about Steven. He's the family doctor and also an old friend. So he's just not giving us anything else. My wife Helen died of cancer about 20 years ago. Why did so many people die 20 years ago? It's just weird. Was it premeditated cancer? So we have people that died 20 years ago. We have Susie's dad. We have Janet and Dave's biological father. Who, again, like, I have this theory that might be the same person as Susie's dad, but we don't have anything to really back that up. It's 100% a hunch based on timing. Um, maybe a little bit based on blonde hair. That's kind of it. What are... So Susie's blood type is B. Dave's blood type is AB. Janet's blood type is A. I don't know that that tells anything. It tells us anything if we don't know anything about the parents. So we tried talking to Ed. That didn't get us anywhere. Let's try Thorpe again. Edward left here at about 10 o'clock, and then I went to bed. So you say. Man. Okay. I think I'm ready to try an arrest warrant. I think I'm going to start with Janet, because that's my best hunch as to who we have the most evidence towards. Even though, like, my strongest theory at, like, making sense of everything going on here is this wild theory that, like, you know, a bunch of people got together and planned this all. And I guess within that theory, Shelley would have been the one that did the actual murder using Dave's gun. But we have almost no evidence to back that up at this point. So we're going to start with the person we do have evidence for, which is Janet. I'm just going to overwrite 15. I think that's fine. That hasn't really changed. You think Janet is the scapegoat? No, I don't think, with my theory, I don't think anyone is an intentional scapegoat. With my theory, I think the idea was that no one person has enough evidence pointing towards them for, like, a conviction. And I think that was done very much on purpose. Because, you know, it is, after all, the perfect crime. Which, to me at least, means no one gets caught. But there's enough pointing towards Janet, I think, to potentially get an arrest warrant. We have a potential murder weapon found in her house. We have the whole life insurance policy that was purchased a month before the murder. We have the earring that suggests she might have found out about Bill's affairs. Arrest warrant, Janet Robbins. I will say I feel like this is not going to work. Okay. You can go ahead and make an arrest. This is someone you should bring in for questioning. Yes. Oh. We were all here for this moment. Make it a moment. Yes. Thank you all for being here on this momentous occasion. Hopefully that worked. I'm claiming my own moment. Everyone claim your moment. This might be the only time you ever get to do that on this channel. because they're taking moments away, but the existing ones will still be here. Game Dev Jeff, good to see you. I'm at work, but I stopped what I was doing to claim this moment. Wonderful. Maple Mister said, oh, what's this now? You should see a little thing at the bottom of the chat window to claim the moment. But yes, they are getting rid of that feature. But I wanted to use it at least once before they did that. And as far as I understand, any existing moments will continue to be there. You just won't be able to create new ones. Okay. Oh, I'm so excited. Interrogation. This is like a whole part of the game we have not done at all, which is wild on the 4th stream of this game. So let's return to the office. Oh, you got it. You have no idea what you just got. So basically, like, the whole moments thing is kind of weird and goofy, which I think is why it's going away. It creates a clip, like a special clip that's treated differently from other clips. And then anyone that claims the moment gets a special badge that you can have appear next to your username in chat. Like mine, at least for me, is showing it, and Hinton has one. I think if you click on your chat identity icon on the left side of the chat window, you can potentially change which badge. So like Maple Mystery, your Prime Gaming badge is currently taking the slot that you could use for the moment if you wished to do so. Low community engagement is probably because nobody knew what it did. Yeah, it's all very goofy. Okay. Oh, you should take a break. I'm worried about you burning out. Catherine, I appreciate you and your fantastic wardrobe, but this is important. We got to interrogate. An uncomfortable air pervades the interrogation room. Bring in suspect. We can get deposition. We can show evidence. Oh, I'm going to have to consult the manual just to make sure I understand how this all works. Interrogate and return to office. Let me find the manual. Get things all situated here. Let's see. Let me get this on screen so y'all can see what I'm looking at. Just a moment. Why is that being weird? Okay. Something's being a little goofy here, but I think that's close enough. Okay. Maple Mystery says, this is fantastic. I'm learning about this just now, and they're taking it away. How dare they? Oh, no. Hinton says, my internet is really having a moment. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. So I think we're close to the right part of the manual here. Interrogation. This is what we all want to learn about. Question the suspects that you've rounded up with arrest warrants. Remember, watch their reactions to your questioning. They could be lying to you. This is very exciting. So our menu options are bring in suspects, bring in any one of the suspects. Careful. They can get nasty after sitting around the police station for a bit. What? Oh, God, this is scary. Get deposition. Get a sworn statement from the suspect in front of you. If they don't talk, try letting them stew in the cage for a while. Maybe they'll change their tune. What the... Show evidence. Show a piece of evidence to the suspect in front of you. Did you notice the way she reacted when you showed that item to her? This is so exciting. Interrogate. Question the suspect in front of you. Whatever you do, try to control your temper. The department frowns upon that kind of questioning. Yikes. Return to office. Go back to the office. You probably need something to fix that stomach ache of yours. You shouldn't eat those backstreet burgers. Strong disagree on that one. Okay. So we did just save before we did this. Again, I'm really glad you're streaming this so I don't have to. As am I, honestly. Okay, so I'm going to make a note about save 15. This is before first interrogation. Backstreet Berg, all right. Okay, what do we have here? Is this like a... This looks like a water bottle, but I don't... That doesn't feel period appropriate. Maybe it's a glass? And an ashtray, I assume? On the right side here. All right. So we only have one suspect for now. So that part's easy enough. Janet Robbins. The suspect sits down across from you. I assume we generally want to get a deposition first. That seems like the right place to start. I'm the wife of the victim. The night of the murder, I didn't leave the house. I loved Bill. How could I have killed him? Let's try interrogate first. I know you did it. What did you do it with? Why did you do it? How did you do it? Okay. This is helpful. We're asking incredibly vague questions. I feel like if we ask any of these right now, she's going to be like, I didn't do it. What are you talking about? So I'm going to show evidence. I feel like the best place to start is the knife, which we found in their kitchen, in the kitchen in their house, in a cupboard, I think. And it has blood that matches Bill's blood type on it. That. Interesting. So I really don't know what the game expects me to do here, but like I feel like with this knife presented to her, asking why did you do it seems like it might get me somewhere. So let's just experiment and see what happens. I had no reason to want to kill Bill. Let's show her the insurance contract. That's Bill's life insurance policy. It sure is. Let's try the question again. Why did you do it? So this time we're kind of asking... We're asking a question while also kind of presenting the answer, or what we think is the answer. So let's see how she responds to that. I had no reason to want to kill Bill. Same thing. Okay, so the earrings are potentially a better item here. Yes, they were found on the floor of my bedroom, but they don't belong to me. Okay. That's a very good and useful response. So now let's ask the same question. Why did you do it? I had no reason to want to kill Bill. Okay. Just get deposition, always tell us the same thing. Yeah. I loved Bill. How could I have killed him? Is there anything else we could show? The earrings, the contract, the wig, the letter, the pistol, the scarf, knife, scalpel, bank book. Yeah, none of the other items seem relevant. Do you need to dispute her deposition, i.e. answer how she could have done it? I mean, that was kind of what I did initially by presenting the knife. Let's go back to the knife and try different questions. What did you do it with? I didn't do anything. How did you do it? I don't know what you mean. I know you did it. I didn't do it. Okay, so she's not ready to admit to anything, I feel like, is the problem. I'm going to show the scalpel just because I'm curious. I don't know anything about it. Yeah, that's kind of what I suspected. Oh, I completely forgot about watching her expression. I was not looking at that at all. Maybe we can still get the same reactions if we show items again. I don't know. Earrings. I don't think her face changed at all. Knife. It really doesn't look any different. Contract. Okay. Let's return to the office. And I think since we were successful in that, you were watching her face, no change. Yeah. Oh, Kyle said she's saying she didn't leave the house. Do you have anything that contradicts that? That's a valid question, and no, I do not. My thought was that if she did kill him, she simply did it in their house, and that someone else then moved the body elsewhere, which is why I was presenting the knife. As far as we know thus far, her story is accurate that she didn't leave the house. We don't have a ton to back that up. We do know, I think it was Barb called her that night, and she was at home. And no one else has, mentioned seeing her out and about that night. So we don't have any reason to doubt her story. I wonder if reaction was referring to what she says / how she responds. Yeah, that could be. To me, the manual kind of suggested like a visual reaction, but maybe I just was reading into it wrong. So since that was successful, I want to try bringing in Dave. Okay. Listen, Harold, I don't think we have enough evidence to issue an arrest warrant yet. I'm sorry, but I can't give you permission. I'm just going to look through this list. A lot of these people, we have evidence of them being, up to something and having been dishonest about what they were doing the night of the murder, but definitely not like, any clear they were involved in the murder evidence. Like Dave was our next best bet. but I knew it was a long shot because our theory about that, there's so much speculation there. And I guess we could try Shelley because, like, with our current theory, she is the one that actually did it. But I feel like we don't have enough to back that up. Let's try it anyway. Oh. Okay. You can go ahead and make an arrest. This is someone you should bring in for questioning. Interesting. So I'm just trying to think. Does the game feel that we have enough evidence to back up the type of theory, something similar to the theory I've been talking about? Or is it something else? Like, we do have her prints on a weapon, but we also have Dave's prints on a weapon. So I don't think that makes sense. Like, there has to be more than that. Let's bring her in and talk to her and see what we can get here. Yeah, the response from the prosecutor was the same, yes. But with a different person this time. So here's Shelley. The suspect sits down across from you. Let's get her deposition. I used to be Bill Robbins' secretary. The day of the murder, I took off work. I didn't so much as see my boss all day. I am not the murderer. So we have a scarf that was found. That's, I think, our key evidence. The scarf, the bloody scarf we found in her house. That was her house, right? I'm double checking. Yeah. With his blood type on it. That's pretty suspicious. So let's present that. Scarf. That. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's try getting a deposition again. Okay. Interrogate. Same options here. What did you do it with? Why did you do it? How did you do it? This is so tricky. Like, I really don't. Like, I feel like we need to get progress with interrogation to understand how the game expects us to do this. Why did you do it? I didn't do it. I didn't want to kill Bill. What did you do it with? I didn't. I swear it. How did you do it? What do you mean? Leave me alone. I know you did it. I'm not the murderer. Let's show her the earrings and see how she reacts. They are her initials, even though I don't think... I think they're Susie's initials. They don't belong to me. Contract, wig. I wonder if it's at all possible we could arrest Susie. Mostly, I'm just thinking it would be interesting to have the opportunity to interrogate her. So let's show her the pistol. It's got confirmed her prints on it. It's her gun. Oh. I can never remember if it's Shelley or Sherry. It's Shelley, right? I feel like I probably keep saying Sherry accidentally. Shelly, okay. So it's her gun, but then it ended up in Dave's closet. So I feel like that fits pretty well with my theory that Dave met up with her the night of the murder, took the gun. Initially, I thought that maybe he brought the gun to her, but now it sounds like it was her gun. She probably shot Bill with it, and then Dave took the gun and hid it in his room. So that's how his prints got on it. She told us she has never used a gun. I believe that is her wording of it. But that doesn't mean she couldn't have owned a gun. Let's interrogate. Why did you do it? I didn't do it. I didn't want to kill Bill. What did you do it with? I didn't, I swear it. Let's try something. Let's switch to earrings. Let's say, what did you do it with? I didn't, I swear it. And then show the evidence of the pistol. That's my gun. Okay. The gun's been fired, though. You're right. They did tell us that. So either her or Dave definitely used that pistol. Yeah. But we don't necessarily know which of them did. I feel like evidence suggests it was her. I'm just going to look at the manual again real quick to see if maybe there's some aspect of this I'm misunderstanding. So get deposition, get a sworn statement from the suspect in front of you. If they don't talk, try letting them stew in the cage for a while. Maybe they'll change their tune. Excuse me. As far as I understand, letting them stew in the cage is just like continue playing the game. We probably need to like collect more evidence first. Show evidence. Show a piece of evidence to the suspect in front of you. Did you notice the way she reacted when you showed that item to her? Interrogate. Question the suspect in front of you. Whatever you do, try to control your temper. The department frowns on that kind of questioning. Yeah, that's not really helpful. Like, I don't know if I'm misunderstanding how this is supposed to work, or we're simply not ready to get anything out of this yet. I know you did it. I'm not the murderer. Why did you do it? I didn't do it. I didn't want to kill Bill. How did you do it? What do you mean? Leave me alone. Earrings, they don't belong to me. How does she respond to the contract? Please believe me, I don't know. In this case, I do believe you. Let's see how she reacts to the wig. Please believe me, I don't know. Okay, so that just seems like a generic response. Letter. Oh, the letter has her initials on it, so that's worth trying. Please believe me, I don't know. Okay. Pistol, scarf, knife. Let's show her the knife. Don't know. I'm assuming please believe me, I don't know basically means we're presenting evidence that's not appropriate to present right now to this person. Bank book, list of members, scalpel. Yeah. Let's bring in Janet. I just want to see if like interrogating someone else for a little bit changes anything. My hunch is it will not. Found on the floor of my bedroom, but they don't belong to me. Why did you do it? I had no reason to want to kill Bill. What about this life insurance policy? Had no reason. Oh, okay. So I presented the life insurance policy and then chose get deposition. And she's finally giving us more of a response to that. I don't know if anything else I did in there was important in getting this response. I signed a contract for a life insurance policy because Bill said we should get one. It wasn't my idea. I didn't see anything about it because I knew you'd jump to conclusions. It's true that we didn't have the easiest of marriages. It was rocky at times, but I loved Bill all the same. I certainly didn't kill him. There's no way I could have killed him. So let's try showing the earrings and then get deposition. Okay. Same response. It was also Bullwinkle at times. Knife. That. Same response. Let's try a little interrogation. I know you did it. I'm sure it's that woman. It just has to be Susie. Say more, please. Okay, so to me, the main thing we're getting from this is confirmation that she at least thinks the SM is Susie rather than Shelley, which we already suspected. I'm just going to write down that Janet thinks Susie did it. Now I increasingly wonder if we could maybe arrest Susie. Hello, Mousimus. Yeah, there's been a lot happening tonight. I don't think I can do a good job of like summing up everything we've learned, but I will give you kind of the big picture, which is that my current theory is that we're starting to understand what Murder Club is, which is basically a group of people that are in fact conspiring to commit murder. My theory is that basically that Janet took out a $10 million life insurance policy on Bill, which is definitely something we know. Using all this exposure to your handwriting to forge your identity, just by the way. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate your honesty. So Janet took out the life insurance policy. My best guess as to who actually committed the murder is Shelley McDonald, Bill's secretary. I don't know that I have any strong evidence as to why she would do that, other than Bill sucked and everybody knew it. But we found a gun, her gun. She admitted that it was her gun. Don't worry, they'll bust me when they see I have black glasses instead of brown. Uh-oh. I might be getting black glasses, actually. I'm having a hard time deciding, but I'm leaning towards black ones. I guess I shouldn't have admitted this. So I think that Shelley shot Bill. This is a really wild theory, just to be clear. I think Shelley shot Bill, and then Dave Carrington took the gun and hid it in his closet to hide away that evidence. The gun definitely had both of their prints on it. And Dave was in the vicinity of her home. And then the doctor and the coroner was absolutely part of this red tie club that happened 20 years ago that I strongly suspect committed one or more other murders at that time. The doctor, I believe, basically covered up the actual method of murder and faked a stab wound using his scalpel, which he then brought home to try to conceal as evidence. And then basically a bunch of other people who were also involved in the Red Tie Club did various other things to help like cover up what actually happened and move the body around and stuff like that. There's definitely a lot of pieces of this absolutely wild theory that are missing, especially like hard evidence. But that or something like it is the only thing I've managed to come up with so far that actually ties everything together. This reminds me of In Broad Daylight. I'm not familiar with that. You're welcome, Mousimus. Just been basing everything under the assumption that any Carringtons are evil because of Dynasty. Fascinating. Yeah, I do definitely think Janet and Dave were pretty important people in making all this happen. I think Dave, in addition to concealing the murder weapon, was kind of like the brains behind this absolutely ridiculous operation. We know he wrote a research paper on how to commit the perfect crime. I'm assuming this is inspired by Dynasty in some ways. You think so? I don't know anything about Dynasty. I also don't know when. I don't know if the time periods match up. 81 to 89. So yeah, it could be. Okay, so now that everybody's caught up, we just got Janet to accuse Susie, which is interesting. I don't think Susie did it, but I do think Bill was cheating on Janet with Susie. So it makes sense to me that she would accuse her. Dynasty is a soap opera with lots of scandal and big hair and Carringtons. Right. I knew it was a soap opera, but I didn't know much else about it. Yeah, we mentioned earlier how there's a Dr. Carrington in Amon-Ra, which I do kind of wonder if first I thought maybe it was an intentional reference to this game. Now I'm wondering if it could have been a reference to Dynasty or both. Who knows? Culinary says, In Broad Daylight is a true crime novel surrounding the murder of Skidmore, Missouri, where the town bully was shot in his truck on the main street of town with 45 witnesses present. No one was charged with this murder. Wow. So that guy must have really sucked, huh? Carrington sounds like the name of a gun. Yeah, it does kind of. Murder of Ken Rex McElroy. Interesting. Oh no. Running out of beverages. I should probably wrap up soon. But this is getting so interesting. Okay, so I still don't fully understand what we're doing here, but it seems like presenting evidence, then maybe doing a little interrogation, and then asking for a deposition is what gets us somewhere. Maple Mystery says, have to head out now. Have a good night. Can't wait to watch back later. Thank you so much for hanging out and for the raid. And I hope you have a great rest of your evening and get some good sleep. Connor says, he terrorized 4 counties of Missouri for 21 years before being stopped. Holy shit. Justice system failed completely. Dang. So we presented the knife. We presented the earrings in the contract. And I think we kind of got a reaction out of all those, more or less. Let's go back to the office. Let's see if we can get Susie in here. We're just going to arrest everyone we can. Oops. I accidentally hit the wrong key. I'm not sure who we tried to bring in. Maybe Russell? Okay, we can't bring in Susie yet. Let's go back to Shelley and talk to her some more now. Now that we have vague ideas about how this works. Suspect sits down across from you. So we're going to show her the scarf. That. Why did you do it? I didn't do it. I didn't want to kill Bill. Then we'll try get deposition. Aha. Bill Robbins met my sister in New York. Oh, shit. And married her for her money. He spent it all, every penny. And when my sister couldn't support him anymore, he walked out on her. Bill met Shelley's sister in New York. Married her. Spent money. Walked out. It's kind of interesting that she would admit that much. But yeah, like that's a pretty strong motive to have killed her. Killed him. Excuse me. As I said, when my sister's money ran out, Bill dumped her. Well, Bill was her whole life. When she realized he wasn't coming back, she shot herself in the head with that gun. I came to this town to avenge my sister's death, but I gave up that silly idea. I think I buy this story. I don't think she killed him. Why would she tell you this? Exactly. Like, it only makes sense to admit this much if she didn't do it. I'm going to try to summarize this real quick. Came here to avenge, but gave up on it. Okay. Let's show her some other evidence. The pistol. Well, I can't help but think showing her the pistol previously is part of what got this response. But we'll try it anyway. That's my gun. Yeah, like it had to have been part of getting that response. I don't think I'm going to interrogate her further. Pistol, scarf. Letter has her initials on it. Please believe me, I don't know. Okay. So yeah, my theory for a little while has been that letter, the earrings and the letter with SM initials are referring to Susie, not Shelley. Is that scarf her sister's? I don't know. Could be. I mean, that's probably what fits the most with her story right now. Okay. Heck. God, this game's so good. I don't know what this does for my wild theory. Again, my wild theory was that she shot Bill. You know, we have a gun with her prints on it. It also has Dave's prints on it. She has admitted that it's her gun. It has been fired. But I don't know that we know it has been fired recently necessarily. So if her story is true, then, you know, was it fired a while ago? I definitely feel like we're going to need to arrest more people. Is this too late in the stream for a basement redeem? No, it is not. Let's see. One moment. We'll be right back. Hello. Welcome to Things I Found in the Basement, where I share a thing I found in the basement while I was looking for something else. This is another little animal-related book that was hanging out with my book of insects and shoot, what was the other one? Can't remember right now. Oh, the other one was rocks. But this is a track finder book, a guide to mammal tracks of eastern North America. It apparently cost $1.50. It's by Dorcas Miller. I hope I'm saying that name correctly. Illustrated by Sherry Hunter Day. This isn't quite as... actually, I take that back. Look at this illustration. That's fantastic. I was about to say it's not quite as good as the Golden Guide books, but it is pretty great. I do feel like the graphic design of it is not up to the same extremely high standard, but it's still very good. Let's see. We have like different examples of twigs. Severed with several sharp cuts. Try rabbits. Ragged, chewed by molars rather than incisors. Try deer. So different ways to identify an animal based on branches they've chewed on and stuff, which is pretty interesting. Have some examples of different tracks. A single wide trough in snow. Try otter, skunk, porcupine, beaver. Two narrow troughs in snow. Try deer, mouse. Different poop. Scat composed of fur, bones, feathers. Try canines, felines, weasel family. Scat composed of sawdust like vegetative matter. Try deer, mouse, rabbits, hares, porcupine. Scat or urine deposited on a rock, on a log, or on a path. Try canines or weasels. Some different examples of tracks. Perfect walking, imperfect walking, bounding, hopping, and leaping. Different types of prints. Long, thin toe marks. Go to page 8 to 9. Different hooves and feet. Felines and weasel family. Oh, here we got some more good animal illustrations. That's the good stuff. Got a white-tailed deer. Size of deer prints varies. Larger deer live in the north. Smaller ones live in the south. Dew claws, vestigial toes not reaching the ground, may show in soft mud, A. Toes are frequently separated, B. In deep snow, the track looks like two thin, separate troughs. Mule deer is a western deer whose tracks may be found in the open country of Minnesota and Iowa. Prints are like those of white-tailed deer. Got a moose. I'm just probably white-tailed deer. Like I'm in Michigan, so right in here within this area. This is probably the type of deer I've occasionally seen in our neighborhood. I feel like that makes sense. Don't see any moose around here. Like, what were you looking for when you found this instead? Was it even cooler? That is a good question. I do not remember. It's been too long since I brought... Oh, wait, no. I think I do remember. I think I was looking for my Douglas Adams books. Your mammals are scarier than our mammals. Really? Interesting. I find that difficult to believe. Gray fox. Red fox. There are foxes around here. Obviously, we're in both of these regions, but don't see them terribly often. Coyotes definitely around. More likely to hear than see a coyote in my experience. Wolves, not around here. Australian mammals are babies. It's everything else you got to worry about. Got it. Okay. Bobcat. Interesting. It looks like we would not find a bobcat in this part of Michigan, but most of the rest of Michigan, like further up north, kind of surprises me. Canada lynx. Too far south for that. Bounders. Gates of bounders. Meadow vole and field mouse. Lots of different types of voles. Northern bog lemming. God, that's a great name. Unfortunately, too far south for those. Southern bog lemming. Oh, we got southern bog lemmings around here. I wish there was a picture. Weasels. Really? There's wild weasels around here. I had no idea. Weasel prints may be double paired, A, or fall in closely bunched groups of 4, B. Weasels often travel by alternating long and short leaps, leaving drag marks on the short leaps, C. The track may abruptly change direction or disappear into a snow hole. Although weasels live near water, they don't dive directly into the river or lake, as do mink. As do mink. That's the end of the sentence. Conair says, Douglas Adams, also cool. Theory that your basement is the coolest place on earth, still plausible. I don't know about that, but I do have a pretty nice variety of interesting things I've accumulated over the years, I think. Actually, Tassie Devils are a bit cooked, but that's it. And they're not on the mainland. Okay. We used to have the thylacine too, but no more. Culinary says Meadow Vole and Field Mouse could be the name of a kung fu movie, perhaps. There's a mink and a marten. Northern bog lemming sounds like the front man of a Britpop band. It does. Huh. Fisher pecans? I'm not sure how you pronounce that. River otter. Fan of the martens. Looks pretty cute. Don't have them around here. Leapers and hoppers, chipmunks. Ah, y'all, I love chipmunks so much. They're a little bit creepy if you look at them too closely, but they're so cute. They make the cutest little chirping noises. For a long time, I thought their noises were some type of bird. They just make these very high-pitched little repeated chirps. They love to get up a little bit high. We have some lamps out by the sidewalk that they'll sometimes hop up on and chirp really loud and just kind of, I think they're kind of like letting everyone know that this is their territory. It's very cute. They've got jazz hands. Yeah, their hands are certainly a thing. Shrews and pocket mouse. Who isn't a little creepy if you look at them too closely? Very well said. I agree. The Cremator Chipmunk edition. Oh no. Mice with white feet. Yeah, we definitely got those around here. White-footed mouse, deer mouse, cotton mouse, brush mouse, golden mouse, old field mouse. In Michigan, we just have white-footed and deer mouse. Flying squirrels. We're too far south for those. Well, too far south in Michigan anyway. Red squirrel. Definitely got a lot of red squirrels around here. Tracks commonly lead from tree to tree, and snow animal may make one depression, A, or two diamond-shaped marks, B. Red squirrel and gray squirrel usually place front feet next to each other rather than one in front of the other. Compare with ground squirrel pattern, page 40. Ground squirrels, gophers. Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't know gophers were sometimes referred to as ground squirrels. Large squirrels. Gray squirrel. Tracks are similar to red squirrel tracks, page 39, but prints and stride are larger. Heel registers fully in snow, but may not leave complete print in the mud. Gray squirrel and fox squirrel tracks are similar. Note range. Kalina says we have California ground squirrels here. They're very cute. They have these cylindrical tails that they pat on the ground when they sense danger and make a loud alert chirp. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen our squirrels do that. I think the type of squirrels I see the most around here are red squirrels, but I'm not 100% positive. Their fur is definitely more reddish than gray. Rabbits. Lots of rabbits around here. In snow, front feet may register near each other and appear as one large depression, A. Definitely seen that pattern a lot. Rabbits almost always hop, B, but marsh rabbit sometimes walks, C. Common signs of rabbits are pellet-shaped scat and chewed twigs. Very familiar with rabbit poop. Snowshoe hare. Apparently we're just going through this page by page. I'm enjoying it. We're almost done. Imperfect walkers. Let's see. Over here we have a skunk. Haven't seen or smelled a skunk in quite a while, but definitely not uncommon around here. This is a possum, I think. Definitely lots of possums around here. Efton says early 80s book. Let me check. 81. Good guess. Eastern wood rat. Tracks of cotton, rice, and eastern wood rats are similar. Habitat range and print size provide helpful clues. Norway rat is found in the city. Black rat is sometimes found in fields, but usually near buildings. Hind and footprints, A. Overlapped prints of walking gait, B, and running gait, C. Okay, so none of those are around here, which is kind of what I suspected. Muskrat. Possum. A possum is a tree climber, so tracks may lead to trees. A possum track is similar to raccoon track, but a possum hind prints show one toe which slants inward. Tail sometimes leaves mark. The way these are written is very interesting. Like they're not like normal sentences. Like they're trying to be as brief as possible. Striped skunk. Toes point in slightly. Forefoot is placed just ahead of hind foot. Claws on forefeet are large and used for digging. Claw marks often show in foreprints, but seldom in hindprints. Striped skunk is inactive in winter, but may wander during a warm spell. I'm pretty sure that's the type of skunk we see the most often in this area. And then we also have spotted skunk, but not in our area. Walking track pattern of spotted skunk A is similar to that of the striped skunk. When moving quickly, spotted skunk hops B rather than gallops. Tracks are like squirrels, but the prints are more stub-toed. This is not a type of skunk I have seen. Woodchuck. Raccoon. Lots of raccoons around here. The hand-like print is distinctive, A. Prints are usually paired, B, though raccoon does sometimes leap, C. Raccoons are tree climbers and have long nails. They may leave heaps of clam or mussel shells near river or salt marsh edge. Raccoon prints in snow, where individual toes do not show, can be mistaken for opossum prints. Badger. Really, there's badgers around here? Interesting. Prints are extremely toed in. A. Long digging claws on front feet usually show in prints. Badger tracks resemble skunk tracks, but badger has a much wider straddle and larger prints. Mushroom. Porcupine. We're a little too far south in Michigan for porcupines. Beavers. Black bear. Definitely don't see bears around here. And that's it. Neat little book. Thank you, M. Zizzy, for sponsoring this episode, Things I Found in the Basement. Welcome back. And now it's past 3, and I think I should probably wrap up. It's late. Ugh. Excuse me. Needed my last sip of water. Grizzleby, hello, good to see you. Do you think one of these animals is the murderer? Could be. It's certainly something we should consider. Now we can use the power of animal knowledge for this interrogation. Exactly. But we'll do that next week. Let's go ahead and save. And then we'll wrap things up. I'm excited to see our current progress. So we definitely want to make a new save just in case we goofed anything up. I feel pretty good about our interrogation. Like we got good information out of both of them. Less so of Janet, but still useful. Excuse me. Ooh, ouch. A mere 7 interrogation points is not great. Could always badger the suspect. Good point. We're still stuck at 97 general investigation. Although I suppose we probably need to do some interrogation and then go back around and we'll probably get some new questions unlocked to finish out that meter. Collecting evidence is at 62. That's pretty good. Vital information, 65. We did make a little progress there. And total investigation, 56. 56. JB, don't get impatient or you might miss some vital clues. Only if they start acting squirrely. Okay. Pretty good, all in all. So before I forget again, I'm going to do these raid messages. We do have a much better raid message if you have my subscriber emotes. We got this little guy for the robot parade. Let's see who's on. Thank you all for hanging out. We did real good today. Again, I really like this game. I'm excited to play more. We'll continue in a week. On Friday, we'll be doing World Builder. Again, Trev to the Rescue is coming up soon. Probably the week after this week. That'll be a Friday game. Who is live? Let's see. Let's check on some folks here. Trev to the rescue. Okay, we'll go say hello to Rush Pirate. Rush Pirate is playing Landstalker? Is that the name of the game? I assume it is. Genesis game. Yeah, it looks like a Genesis game. I feel like that makes sense. Oh God, that hell game. Oh boy. Okay, well, hopefully it's more of a hell game to play than to watch. But regardless, I hope y'all will come along for the raid and say hello to Rush Pirate. thanks again for hanging out. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you around. Bye.